Dad was at the beach. There he saw a wave. It wasn't a wave. It was bendy water. Bendy water. Bendy water. Bendy water. Bendy water. Beyond the imaginary curve, you can find it on the line. It's defined. It doesn't give you much trouble. It gives you double bubble. Down, down, down was in the march, going round the park, talking complete bollocks as usual. I'm so sorry. What lobster? Motion in the ocean. Is their house broke? Lots of trouble. Lots of bubble. I was in a jam. It was a giant clam. Motion in the ocean. Is their house broke? Dad was in trouble. Rock, 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 rock lobster! Down, 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 down. beyond the imaginary curve. Complete bullshit. Just watch it for fun. That's all it is. You can't learn nothing from it. Just complete and utter bollocks. Down, down. Motion in the ocean. His air hose broke. Lots of trouble. Lots of bubble. Woo, it's me, woo, rah. Hello to AKA Matt, JG Gonzalez, boom, boom. What about a stingray? Wow, wow. Don't forget about the Sebastian's beer. Couldn't remember the word. Shout out to Jason from the dysfunctional family up the Globe Tour Live, and we will miss you all. Until next time, have a great time. It's been enjoyable, and we will see you very soon. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Oh, sorry, no sound, Terry. Where are we? One. Watch later. Done with it. These guys seem to be more personal guys that have been just making things on their own. I'll play this one. Pause. 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 Thank you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying is, Terry, if you've got everything you need, that's fine. But if you're looking for suggestions, I've put a link in the internal chat.
Discovery Channel. That
Yeah,
seems like a dangerous one to play.
Yes, that was an example of what I can't use. If they've got Discovery Channel, no. But if it's just a personal channel, yeah, I had a look at that. That was to do with an airplane, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's about what to do with all these aircraft that aren't flying, where to park them all.
Yeah.
Because normally aircraft, they're in the air most of the time. So they're not flying. What the fuck do you do with them all? Sorry.
Dump them in hangars.
Yeah, how many hangars have we got though?
Not enough.
Not enough.
What we did with most of our Apache
Yeah,
helicopters,
that's what the
we
video's
bought
about.
them and then
The
realised
guy-
we didn't have any pilots for
Yeah.
them.
The guy is has an aviation channel on YouTube, and he's a 737 captain, and he's talking about what to do with all these planes that are parked, where to park them all. Anyway,
Would that be meant to a pilot?
yes, it is Mentor Pilot. Anyway, just a suggestion, Terry, if you're looking for something. My learned friend in the YouTube chat is saying that there's 6,600 aircraft grounded.
Wow.
But they'll be all right. They'll be parked outside for a while.
Even
So
Orb
we leave
says
them
hang
outside
the
for-
planes up in the hangar.
Hang them up. Yeah. Send them home to roost.
Anyway, to date, my flight's still running. If I want to go back to the old country, I still can. Well, today I could have.
Yeah.
That's still running. London Heathrow to Tokyo Haneda, that's still running.
Yeah, most of these planes will be all right, set outside for a while. It's when you leave them outside for a few years that they start to take offence. Just ask Ducks.
Yeah. Right, let's have a quick look at
You've
flight
got to
radar and see how
cover the
much.
pitot tubes.
Now I did this a couple of days ago. Now I'm trying to remember what I searched to find the ones I've been getting. But I've just been going through different links, different notifications. This one popped up. It goes for 13 minutes. I can't see any problem with it as such, unless there's music. So I'll cross my fingers.
Rome managed to conquer half of their known world, but it wouldn't have been possible without the skills of the mighty Roman army. Throughout the centuries, the Roman army came up with various weapons that helped it gain supremacy on the battlefield. And here are the top 10 military inventions of the Roman army. Find out which of these incredible tactics are still used today. Number 10. Carroballista. The basic ballista mechanism was most likely created by the ancient Greeks, but surely the Romans were the ones who upgraded the system of siege engines and perfected it on the battlefield. First, there was the manuballista, which was deemed as one of the most advanced siege engines in the Roman military. But the real game changer was the carroballista, a ballista, or missile weapon, mounted on a cart. The carroballista was a forerunner of the cannon, and it was very effective. Each Roman legion had 55 of these in their ranks. A carroballista was pulled by mules and required 10 soldiers to operate it. And by the end of the 1st century AD, the Roman army introduced various technical innovations that enabled the manuballista to be mounted on the cart. As such, it had greater maneuverability and was easy to move around during battle, allowing soldiers to assume the best possible position. During battle, the most important aspects are speed and efficiency, and the carroballista provided both. Number 9. Pilum. The pilum is the Roman long spear, and it proved very effective in battle, helping the Roman legionnaires charge. The brilliance of the pilum was that, once it was thrown at the enemy, it only favored the Romans, because there was no chance that the enemy could throw it back. How's that? Well, because of its design, and the pyramid-like point made the spear very aerodynamic. Because of this, the pilum had amazing penetrating power, allowing it to hit targets with extreme force and get stuck deep in the enemy's shield, sometimes even injuring the soldier that was carrying the shield. Once the pilum was stuck in the enemy's shield, it was practically impossible to get it back out. Because of this fact, the enemy was simply forced to let go of their shield and continue fighting without it. There was also a narrow variety of the pilum, which twisted when hitting the shield. This made it useless even if it was thrown back. Nevertheless, this was highly unlikely simply because of the initial shock of losing the defender's shield, combined with the stress of the advancing Roman infantry. Number 8. Plumbata. This weapon is often forgotten or overlooked because it was used so much later in the Roman era, from the 4th century AD onwards. Basically, it was a throwing dart with a lead weight attached to it and was used by the Roman infantry. This weapon was first used in ancient Greece, but the Romans made full use of it. The idea for the plumbata probably came from the javelin, which was a semi-long spear. The plumbata was supposed to be an even shorter version of the javelin, and the lead weight was there to give it extra power upon impact and improve its efficiency. There were legions whose soldiers carried this weapon in battle, and it was used to a very large extent. These legions were later honored by the emperors Maximilian and Diocletian. There were 5 plumbata for every infantry soldier, and the weapons proved to be great help. The reason was simple. With the plumbata, every infantry soldier was effectively an archer at the same time. This meant that he could strike the enemy before facing them directly in open battle. Number 7. Testudo. This is one of the most important aspects of the Roman military. Testudo, Latin name for tortoise, is a military formation which was used extensively during battle. The idea was simple yet highly effective. The soldiers would group in a square formation and divide into a couple of subgroups. Some of them would raise their shields above their heads, and the rest would keep the shields down in front of them. This way, the soldiers of the formation would be covered by shields and protected from enemy attacks. Basically, the testudo was a defensive tactic, so that soldiers could sustain all kinds of blows from missiles and projectiles from the enemy while advancing. If a rock or something else was thrown on the formation, it wouldn't do any harm. Because of the shields, the projectile would simply roll off onto the ground and the formation just kept making progress. Compared to present-day military technology, the testudo was something like an armored tank. Although it wasn't bulletproof, the formation was practically impenetrable from enemy weapons. Number 6. Onager. Onager was another siege weapon used extensively by the Roman military. However, it wasn't used the same way as the carroballista. The ballistae were generally used for smaller projectile missiles such as bolts. Onager, however, were used for heavier projectiles when it was necessary to take down large fortifications and massive walls. The name onager can loosely be translated as wild ass because of the animal's ability to kick. When a wild donkey is in danger, it uses its rear legs to kick stones towards its pursuers. In the same manner, the onager used a torsional force to kick the projectile towards its enemy. The onager was very powerful, and it had a strong impact because of its construction. Before firing, the part of the onager called the arm was pulled back against the twisted ropes and springs. Then it was released, and the same process could be repeated in a short amount of time. The projectiles used for firing were rocks, but also clay balls with combustible materials inside which would explode once the projectile hit its target. Onagers proved extremely valuable in battle because they often shot farther than Roman archers due to their great torsional force. Number 5. Castrum. The castrum was the Latin name for a building, or a piece of land where the military camp was set up. In Roman times, there were different types of camps, which differed in size and purpose. The biggest castrum was the legionary fortress, but there were also smaller auxiliary fortifications and marching forts, and also fortlets called castellum, which means a small camp or a small tower. There were various types of the castra, which is the plural form, but the 4 main ones were castra stativa, which was a permanent or stationary camp, the castra ustiva, which was the summer camp, the castra hiberna, which was winter camp, and the castra nautical or navy camp. The castrum proved to be of extreme importance for the Roman army. Each castrum was built according to a strict plan, in a rectangular shape with streets and military buildings. The entire space was protected by towers and guarded walls, and it helped the Roman army keep its organizational structure and control the empire without compromising the welfare of the soldiers and their operational abilities. Number 4. The pontoon bridge. Although the Romans didn't invent the pontoon bridge, they made excellent use of it in their military campaigns. It was used extensively and helped the Roman army win many battles of strategic importance. Julius Caesar was known as a commander who loved using the pontoon bridge to shock the enemy and advance with efficiency. The pontoon bridge was used for crossing big rivers, such as the Rhine River, where it was necessary to make a 1,300-foot-long bridge to cross it. The barbaric tribes on the opposite bank did not expect the Romans to cross the big river and caught them off guard, but that's what guaranteed the Romans their victory. But the construction of a pontoon bridge wasn't at all simple. Roman military engineers had to calculate the speed and strength of the river and to order for the exact type of timber to be cut and prevent any floating logs from upstream to jeopardize the construction process. The incredible efficiency of the Romans was evident in the fact that it took them less than 2 weeks to build the pontoon bridge. Number 3. Corvus. Before they managed to dominate the Mediterranean, the Romans had a fierce adversary at sea, Carthage. Carthage was a powerful state because it had a long-standing tradition of sea trade and oversea colonies. So during the First Punic War from 264 to 241 BC, Rome had to come up with a powerful battle tactic in order to fight Carthage at sea and have the upper hand in combat. And Roman military engineers actually came up with a naval weapon called the corvus, Latin for crow or raven. The corvus made history because it helped the Roman army win at what is probably one of the biggest naval battles ever, the Battle of Cape Economus. This battle is also probably the most important battle Rome fought in its early days because it changed the balance of power in the Mediterranean. The corvus was a long boarding bridge with a heavy spike that could be rammed into enemy ships and cling to it. This locked the two ships together, which enabled the Roman soldiers to get across and fight their enemies face to face. And since Romans were far better in close combat than the Carthaginians, victory was assured. In later centuries, Rome didn't use the corvus, probably because it also destroyed their own ships. But in the early years, this weapon helped Rome immensely. Number 2. Battlefield surgery. In order to be highly successful on the battlefield, the Roman army had to take excellent care of its soldiers. An important part of the Roman military structure were the immunes. This was a special group of legionary soldiers who were specially trained to provide all kinds of services, and they were exempt from various tasks that an ordinary soldier had to perform. Immunes included architects, engineers, but also doctors and members of the medical staff. Because it had doctors who were also part of the army, the Romans were able to keep the army up and running even in the midst of the biggest bloodshed. Roman surgeons and their staff used medical innovations such as hemostatic tourniquets and arterial clamps, which enabled them to prevent massive blood loss and saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Another very important aspect of the Roman battlefield surgery was the application of antiseptic measures before an operation. All instruments were disinfected with hot water and thus made usable for the next patient in line. For its time, this was quite revolutionary and proved to be highly effective. Number 1. Roads and highways. At the height of its power, the Roman Empire encompassed an enormous territory, stretching from the island of Great Britain to present-day Turkey, including the whole of the Mediterranean and North Africa. It would have been absolutely impossible to control such a vast territory without a stable network of roads and highways. Roads and highways were built to boost trade and commerce among various parts of the territory and enable easier travel. But that wasn't the main reason. Roads and highways were primarily built to speed up the movement of the military. If there was an uprising at the far end of the empire, the army could reach that point much faster via roads built of bricks, granite, and hardened lava. Roman engineers applied strict construction standards for every road that was built, which meant that practically the whole network of roads and highways had the same quality of build. The roads were regularly maintained, and they were curved for better water drainage, which kept them dry and mud-free. By the year 200 AD, the Roman Empire had 50,000 miles of roads and highways, including numerous post houses for the army to rest and replenish their supply. The Roman military was thus capable of crossing around 20 miles per day. It is estimated that there were around 30 military highways and at least 370 roads, connecting the empire and allowing the military to keep everything under control. Many of the Roman roads have survived the centuries and can be seen even to this day. What was your favorite aspect of the Roman Empire? Let's talk about it below. Make sure to subscribe for more amazing lists from Zero to Hero. Ciao!
Toilets?
Roads.
Well, roads go without saying, don't they?
Education system?
Well, they bought peace.
Crucifixion.
Yeah, cross on the left, line on the left, one cross each. Yeah, they were quite advanced for their time, really, particularly with the medicine side of things.
Oh yeah. Brain surgery that worked.
Well, you don't need much of a brain to fight in a war, do you?
Well, I don't know. It depends exactly what you're doing and where you are, I think.
I know they were very good at a procedure called trepanning, which is really good for relieving the pressure of when somebody's been whacked on the head.
Yeah, they've been trepanning they've been doing for thousands of years, haven't they?
Yeah, I believe it was the Romans that.
Hey! Easy, Tiger. Blimey. Are you pressing every button again?
Yeah, pressing buttons again. Trying not to. I thought that might have been applicable, but not sure about that one now. I should have checked that one out before. It's just all graphics and might have just... Why do they have to play music in there or sounds? You don't know if that's copyrightable striked or not.
Yeah.
Well, this person's only got 3,000 subscribers, so you'd think it could be alright, but we know what that's like with somebody that's got less. Doesn't mean.
Doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah.
if I found somebody using one of my short Star Trek videos that
comes much later in Europe,
and they just watched it and then went on with it, and I didn't know who they were, then yeah, I would probably copyright strike them on it because you know, like I said, I don't mind people using stuff as long as they ask.
Were given roles in government. Those roles were not passed down to other relatives.
A lot of talking in that one.
Oh, bugger. I think I might have to drop Terry because it ain't exactly comfortable this morning.
Yeah,
Getting a bit much, is it?
You do what you have to do, Alan. You're right.
Oh,
you're right, mate.
Yeah, it's just, you know, is what it is, isn't it?
Mm.
You can type in the peanut gallery. I'll time you out if you have to.
Yeah, we'll do that for you, mate.
I noticed that Radar Man bloke was the first one to post this morning in there.
Was he? I didn't even notice that. He must get around.
He might have to type something so you can time him out. I think I might have to try and time him out actually.
We got here another one I found. How old's this one? Oh, this one goes for 15 minutes. I think I'm alright with this one. What I remember last time. it's not really technology. It's called a medieval world map, the Mappa Mundi. What does it show and why?
Mappa Mundi.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that
Yeah, that's a
something?
lot later than what you're talking about. That's around about 1200 AD.
Okay, I'll leave that.
And
yeah.
it's a weird looking map because back then, because Jerusalem was like really important to the Christians, they put east at the top where we have north now.
Yeah.
So that's really, so at first you look at it and it's really, really weird. And of course, it's not particularly cartographically accurate, but it's not bad. And it's also got weird stuff on there because it shows the position of the Golden Fleece and various other stuff of fables and the like. Not that I've ever actually been to see it, because I don't remember which cathedral it's in. Is it Winchester? No, I don't think it is Winchester, is it? It's in one of the big British cathedrals.
I've saved a lot of those Antikythera videos, but not the ones we've already watched. All that. Astronomy in the medieval Islamic. Medieval, that's too new. I saved more than that.
Yeah. If it gets better and you're still going, I'll pop back in later, guys.
Okay, Alan.
All right, then, mate.
Well, we'll either be here or we'll be in Discord.
Yeah, I know where to find you. Oh, bugger. Later.
Later, mate.
See you, mate.
Done that one.
Yeah, Alan knows where you live, Terry. Be careful.
Yeah, I know where he lives too.
Oh, well, there you go.
If anyone's got a video of some sort to do with ancient technology, but feel free to, unless it's not, if it's Creative Commons or something that they know that's okay. I thought I had other stuff. I've still got Black Swan stuff here too from before.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I thought we cooked that duck. How far back? I've saved stuff for different time periods to stream for the subjects, but yeah, that's going back too far. I'm going to have to go through me watch laters and sort them out. Okay. I've got an Islamic cosmology one here. It's just random one that I found. Could that be classed as something ancient because it's Islamic?
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Like as in that its time period of its thinking or something? It may...
Well, is even before Islamic, before.
Okay, it
They're,
may... I'll just check to see what it's got.
They would have to use some tools, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not what you think it is.
All right then.
It was just something I found, and I thought, I'll see if it's okay to play for music or anything, except for the intro.
Apostate Prophet.
Hi everyone and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. We are in the 21st century. I can't believe it. By now, we know many facts about our planet, our solar system, and the universe in general. We know that our Earth is spherical, that a moon orbits our Earth, that we revolve around the sun, a star, that the sun revolves around the center of the galaxy, the Milky Way, and that the galaxy floats in a vast universe, which contains an immense number of other galaxies, stars, and planets as we can see only so far. At least two of these details, that our Earth is spherical and that we revolve around the sun, are common knowledge that even the least informed people in an average society are aware of. It would really take extreme ignorance and delusion in the face of all the evidence and the clear sight that we have to claim that our Earth was not spherical and in space, and that we don't revolve around the sun, that the Earth is the center of the universe, for example. It was very common for different cultures in the past, however, to believe that the world was something completely, absurdly different. Different cultures had different primitive myths about the Earth. In ancient Mesopotamian mythologies, it was a predominant belief that the Earth was a great piece of land that is surrounded by an ocean. No one knew how big the ocean was. There was a heaven above and an underworld below us, where dead people go. According to the Babylonian map of the world, the Earth was surrounded by an ocean, and there were 7 islands about which we don't know anything. Sumerians believed that there was only the ocean in the beginning, then the earth and the sky came into existence, then everything else. There were also 3 or 7 heavens above us. According to Zoroastrianism, there was light above and darkness below, and the earth was a bed created as a battlefield for the forces of good and evil and their armies. In Norse cosmology and other Germanic European mythologies, people seemingly believed the earth was on a giant tree, in Norse known as Yggdrasil, and there were more little worlds above and below. These beliefs still existed until the 11th and 12th century, until they were replaced by Christianity. Greek philosophers and scientists figured out that the Earth is spherical over 2,000 years ago, and the vast majority of Western people knew that the Earth was spherical for the last 2,000 years. Knowledge about whether the Sun or the Earth revolve around the other, what is the center of the universe, and what lies beyond our solar system, has developed over the last 2,000 years. Arabs and Muslim societies adopted Greek findings 1,000 years ago and helped develop astronomy. But the culture in which Islam as a religion came into existence was like one of those primitive cultures and their primitive, absurd ideas about the cosmos. Muhammad and Islam came out of that culture, and the Quran doesn't correct those false beliefs at all, it continues them. As always with such a topic, I want to remind everyone that it is believed that the Quran was entirely, directly authored by Allah, that everything in it is perfect, that the Quran makes numerous remarks about the natural world, and that the Quran itself says that if there is only one mistake in the Quran, then it can't be from Allah, which means Islam cannot be true. The first point is that the Quran always described the earth as a bed that Allah spread out for us. That sounds so comfortable, doesn't it? This is repeatedly mentioned in over 12 instances.
Yeah, I think we might get struck for that.
Apologists want to make excuses and explain that this merely means that the earth was spread out for us so we can walk on it. So it is plain to us to walk on and build on. It doesn't refer to the shape of the earth. But that doesn't make any sense. There is absolutely no point in saying that Allah spread the earth and made it a bed when talking about this. The earth is a gigantic, round, solid object that we can live on as it is logical. There is no spreading or anything that needs to be done for a round and solid spheroid to walk on and live on. There is no spreading here. There is no such thing. It is just a round object and you walk on it. That's how it happens. I don't even know how else to argue with this. It clearly sounds like what it clearly sounds like. Allah spread the earth and made it a bed. Which sounds like this, not like this. I mean, seriously, how hard would it be for the Quran, for a divine book that amazes the world, to describe that the earth is actually a sphere, that it's actually round, that everything is pulled together by gravity, that we walk straight on opposite sides of it? If such knowledge was found in the Quran in the 7th century, in Arabia, that would be impressive. Not this. Look at this. In over 6 instances, the Quran even says, often after describing that Allah made the earth a spread bed, that Allah put firm mountains into this earth. It even explicitly describes these mountains as pegs or spikes. So the Quran's author claims not only that Allah made the earth a bed and spread it, but also that he put mountains as objects into or onto this earth, when in reality mountains are the ground that we walk on. When Muslims argue that this spreading and making the earth like a bed simply means that Allah made the earth plain to walk on and not bulky, they completely miss or ignore the fact that an unspread earth would be a mountainous earth. Yet the Quran clearly says that mountains were separately placed into the earth by Allah after he made the earth as a spread bed, which is highly scientifically ignorant on such an extreme level. I can't believe we're talking about this. Moreover, the Quran doesn't just stop at saying that the earth was made as a comfy bed by Allah, the best of housekeepers, the most bright God. It also says that the heavens were created during this creation by the helpful Allah. In one instance, it says that the earth was finished, and then Allah turned himself toward the heaven and made it 7 heavens. Just like the Sumerians and many other Mesopotamian cultures believed, primitive cultures believed, the Arabs also believed that there were 7 heavens above us, and the stars were in the nearest of those heavens. Now, where exactly are those heavens in all this? Is the entire vast, seemingly endless universe that we see around us the first heaven? Since the Quran says that's where the stars are. It's funny, according to the Quran, Allah actually created the heavens in only 2 days, while creating the earth and everything in it in 4 days. Why are we given a number of days anyway? And why and how did Allah create this endless, vast universe in 2 days, but this tiny, insignificant planet in 4 days? Of course, all that is ridiculous. This here is clearly not what the Quran describes. The Quran came out of a very primitive culture that simply believed in what similar primitive cultures believed in. The Quran doesn't describe our spherical earth and the vast universe, of which Muhammad and his followers were completely unaware of. Otherwise, they would have mentioned outer space, the vast universe, galaxies, stars, other planets, or just simply our solar system and how it is arranged. Why does the Holy Quran, which is supposed to be completely accurate and a miracle, never explicitly talk about the shape of the Earth, the solar system, other solar systems, other planets? Why is there no information about the galaxy and other galaxies? Why doesn't it talk about the vast universe? Of course, a Muslim apologist would come by and say, well, just because the Quran is silent about these, it doesn't mean it's wrong and ignorant. Yeah, Muslims can tell that to themselves. It's strange, however, that the Quran can never stop talking about the moon and the sun and how they chase each other, and the stars above that could possibly fall down on us, and the sky which Allah is holding up, and the night and the day and how Allah has arranged everything. What the Quran describes is water. Everything was water once, and Allah's throne was on the water, according to the Quran itself, that most Muslims don't properly read. In fact, Muhammad explains in a completely authentic hadith that there was Allah first and nothing else, and his throne was on the water. And then Allah wrote everything and created the heavens and the earth. The Quran actually teaches that nothing means water, which means water is the universe. Water is the origin of everything. That's why the Quran says that Allah created everything from water. Water is the world, according to the Arab pagan cosmology. Then Allah created the heavens and the earth as one entity and separated it into the heaven and the earth. He spread the earth and made it a bed where we can walk and live on, and put mountains and rivers and roads into it. He created animals and everything on the earth. Meanwhile, the heaven was just a smoke, and then he created 7 heavens of that above us. And he sent water, rain, down from the sky to make plants and vegetables and fruit grow. Remember, the universe is water, and Allah sends water as a blessing from the sky. Rain is a blessing, and he knows very well not to bless his beloved Arabia with those rains. Somewhere in those heavens, the sun and the moon chase each other, and day and night chase each other. The night, which is literally the absence of sunlight, is also described as a veil, by the way, which covers the day, of course. The stars are little lights that are in the nearest heaven. Some of them are thrown at devils who live among us when they try to sneak up through the heavens to listen to Allah's secret messages between him and his angels. Speaking of it, Allah is in or on top of the heavens since He created the heavens and the earth. The Quran says that Allah established Himself above His throne, and Muhammad reportedly said that Allah's throne is above the highest heaven. But Muslims can't really agree where Allah's location is, which is why I will lengthily talk about where Allah is. Muslims insult and banish each other over that. Believe me, it's a very funny shit show. By the way, the Quran doesn't only teach that there are 7 heavens, it also tells us that there are 7 earths. It says it is Allah who has created 7 heavens, and of the earth the same number. In the Hadith, Muhammad refers to these earths as below us, as down. So they must be down here, toward the center of this spheroid. And one day we will dig down and find those earths, of course. Seriously, on a plain reading, if we read the Quran as it is, this is the world that the Quran describes. If you didn't know what the world and the universe actually look like, and you only read the Quran, this is what you would understand. And that already tells so much, it couldn't be clearer. But nowadays, now that we know that this is not what the cosmos looks like, Muslim apologists take all these numerous Quran verses and reinterpret them, trying to make us think that the Quran was not only not inaccurate about the cosmos, but that it also accurately described it. Actually, that's what they want to make themselves think, because otherwise Islam's divinely revealed perfect book would be inaccurate, which would mean Islam is wrong. Well, it really looks like Islam is wrong. It is very clear that Islam describes such a primitive world, and the mere fact that Muslims so brutally try to reinterpret and explain all these numerous verses simply shows how ignorant Islam actually is, and how people only started believing in it because it was so violently spread to them. And the cultures that adopted Islam merely shaped and changed Islam with time according to everything they learned. When they learned something new, they simply reinterpreted what Islam says, because they couldn't abandon it or change it. When 1000 years ago, Arabs took astronomy from the places they conquered and studied and helped develop it, they reshaped Islamic beliefs, and Islamic scholars lengthily discussed the shape of the world. In fact, it is very commonly known that Muslim astronomers mostly believed in the old Greek Ptolemaic model, the geocentric model of the universe, where the Earth was falsely assumed to be the center of the universe, and the planets, the stars, and the sun were revolving around the Earth. Think about it. If the Quran did actually accurately describe the universe, the world, and our nature, as Muslims today often want to claim, then why did Muslim astronomers, of which Muslims today are so proud of, actually believe in a completely false model of the universe and support that with the Quran as undoubtable proof? We have meanwhile understood that neither the earth nor the sun are at the center of the universe, but that we are rather at some completely insignificant point, a random point in a vast universe. There are over 100 to 200 billion galaxies that we can detect, over 2,500 planetary systems that we have discovered only in our galaxy, and we are on one planet in one of those planetary systems. We know this now. No thanks to Allah the Almighty and His sweet Prophet, who was afraid of clouds and who thought that the sun goes to visit Allah at night. That's because Muhammad was not a holy prophet of the Almighty Allah. He was just some random deluded merchant who happened to be successful in spreading his deluded message with force. Seriously, it's time to stop. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, don't forget to like, to subscribe, and to share it with all your family and friends to watch it at home while the coronavirus is going around. I know I'm very insensitive, but if you want to support me and my cause against a different virus, you
I think that was made pretty recent, that was.
Yeah. That guy got spanked in a debate and got exposed for like 2 hours about his little knowledge. And I love how he uses certain things to twist it. I mean, there is a translation in one of the verses that says, extended the earth in an egg shape.
Really?
So
okay.
How is that flat? You know, but he's gone with the you know, there's scholars on this stuff, and he's certainly far from it. He got absolutely spanked in a debate, and it was well worth watching. But he's basically left Islam, and he's very, very hateful towards it.
Okay.
There's also verses in the Quran that talk about the description of is talking about planets orbiting, you know, as if the Earth is orbiting as well. So You know, he misses out a lot of information there.
So what, he cherry picked just certain bits for
yeah, I think so. I mean, he, you know, he read the verse and after that, the earth has he expanded it, he has spread its expanse, but it can also be translated as, and the earth, moreover, hath he extended in an egg shape. So there's a specific word there, duya, which is egg of an ostrich, and if you ever look at the egg of an ostrich, it's not perfect circle, you know, it's kind of oblate. So, you know, there's just certain things like that, you know, and like he didn't mention the fact that the Quran said that the sun is a mirror, the sun is a lamp, and the earth and the moon is a mirror. He didn't mention that, which is correct, you know. So, like I said, he's attacking it because he's probably still reeling from getting destroyed for 2 hours, like piece by piece by piece of his arguments. So, yeah, he's a very hateful person towards Islam. So, yeah.
But just what I got out of it is how the persons back in the time that it was written understood what was going on around them.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so much more to the Quran. I mean, there's embryology in the Quran, talking about the stages of a fetus that we couldn't even see without microscopes. And how did he know that? You know. So, I mean, Muhammad talks about plants that never even grew in Arabia. So, you know, like, you know, there's just so many things, and that's why it says, you know, do they not consider the Quran with care? So I get where he's coming from and all the rest of it, but it's easy to twist in using a few different words. Like he says that, you know, the night follows the day. It says that he merges night into the day, which is a lot more accurate because that's what it looks like is happening, you know, with the Terminator line. So he got a few things correct, but he twisted a few and left out things like the heavens were the heavens and earth were once one thing, and we split them asunder. So, you know, the Big Bang or the separation, you know, the earth is always expanding, you know, things like this that explain what we've come to know, you know. And I've got written testimonies from different doctors and anatomy and things like that, and they just paint a whole different picture of this wisdom from this book, you know. So, you know, especially the anatomy doctors and things. So I think it's one side of the view, but I'd like to see this. I'd like to see the return video that he's going to get on this. But yeah, it was fun to watch.
Wow.
But there's so much more than what he, you know, because there's a French biochemist that basically wanted to learn more about it. So he tested and tried every single verse of the Quran, the 2,000 verses that mention something to do with science, and every single one of them was accurate, you know. So, and he wrote a book on it, and then later became a Muslim. So, you know, yeah, there's stuff in there that it boggles the mind, you know, how one could know it. Like, you know, the Ramses II, who was found and preserved in the salty water for years and years and years. They found him, you know, and then they got his body, and then it says in the Quran, you know, we will preserve your body this day for, you know, for a token to mankind, although mankind is often heedless of our warnings. And then now that body of Ramses is on the exhibition of the pharaohs that tours the world every couple of years, you know, and it's in the most visited art museum in Alexandria Art Museum. It's just, you know, just stuff like this. It's just impossible. So, you know, we could do a show on that one day, or, you know, to just, I'm kind of going off topic here, but I find it interesting. His cherry picking creates a narrative that doesn't hold up under scrutiny, much like the flat Earth.
Yeah, that seems to be the problem. That's the chairs get in the way of the facts.
Yeah.
I'll be with you in a sec. I've typed in Roman weapons of war, but maybe I need to define it of a certain weapon or a certain item. I was looking for the trebuchet thing, thinking, well, similar to that. I've got Roman weapons of war, but I'll have to change that. I'm not getting enough. Ballista, we did that. That was the arrow thing, wasn't it? The ballista thing.
Yeah.
Put catapult. See what we get for that one. Get a Roman catapult. Filter it. Creative Commons. Okay, what do we get for that? Mini catapult. How to build one. Builder. We watched one the other day when we were shooting an arrow, like a spear. It's cool.
Yeah, that was the ballista again, wasn't it?
Yeah, but did anyone actually build a full size?
Have you tried Scream homework, Terry?
Did I? Okay, we've got. Bog's put in a couple there. Check to see if. Oh, that's Discovery Channel. No, Discovery Canada. Don't know if we can play that one. Ancient weapon. What if? Oh, the Greek fire one. Yeah. Lost history. Lost history. The civilization predates. We don't know about that one. Bog's put that one. Yeah, the Lost History Channel. Did we watch? Okay, where are we up to? We're past that. Okay. Let's try this one.
For whatever reason, long ago in the past,
Creative Commons. Ancient weapons explained. Oh, this one's just got all CG stuff. I don't like CG stuff. Try something different. Lost History Channel, 15,000-year-old weapons discovered. First robot in history. Greek fire. How long does that go for? 7 minutes. That one. Oh, so straight away we get music which we can't have. Got Creative Commons. Ancient weapons if Greek fire was real. See what this one is.
the unknown, the strange, and the weird. We post videos every week. Press that subscribe button and never miss a video again. Let me begin this video with a thank you. Western civilization and culture. They have been credited with giving us mathematics, philosophy, and democracy. They also had a rich mythology. They used myth to teach people about gods, heroes, nature, and their religion. The stories they told mapped the globe, tales of adventures, and life's truths. From Achilles and Poseidon to Hercules and Athena, these stories have preserved the most entertaining parts of Greek history well into the present day. These myths and legends are still popular today, from blockbuster historical movies like Troy and the Clash of the Titans, to modern reimaginings like the Percy Jackson series. This shows that people still have a fascination with the Greeks and the stories that they told. For as much as we know, there is much that we do not. Many legends speak of not just mythical monsters, but magical objects. These objects often woven into Greek heroic tales. And this brings us to Greek fire. So what was Greek fire? It was a weapon used to defeat the enemies of the Byzantine Empire and repel invading hordes. A substance steeped in legend, it was said to have been gifted to the Greeks by the god Prometheus. The mysterious liquid was shot from pipes mounted on ships and city walls. The would-be attackers were sprayed in this substance, which ignited upon impact. It was said to even burn on water, making the oceans boil. When these flames were doused with water in an attempt to stop the blaze, it only grew larger, engulfing more ships and causing massive devastation. This was a weapon of terror and quickly became legend. Any nation that wished to go to war with the Byzantine Empire knew they must face this ancient WMD. A more accurate definition of Greek fire is given by the Ancient History Encyclopedia. It says, an incendiary weapon first used in Byzantine warfare in 678 CE. The napalm of ancient warfare. The highly flammable liquid was made of secret ingredients and used both in catapulted incendiary bombs and sprayed under pressure so as to launch flames at enemy ships and fortifications. It was also used with success in defensive situations. Greek fire became the most devastating weapon of Christendom for over 7 centuries and ensured that Constantinople resisted all comers. Emperor Romanos knew its value and declared 3 things must absolutely never reach foreign hands: the Byzantine imperial regalia, any royal princess, and Greek fire. As it turned out, the first 2 were on occasion bestowed on foreign rulers, but never the third. So this ancient weapon of mass destruction was of such value, its formula was one of the best kept secrets of that age. Even to this day, we cannot be 100% sure of what or how it was made. Researchers believe that the ancient napalm was probably a combination of quicklime and naphtha or turpentine. Quicklime, or calcium oxide, is a white caustic alkaline crystalline solid at room temperature, but upon coming in contact with water, quicklime increases its temperature to above 150 degrees centigrade and can ignite fuel. On its own, it is an effective weapon. Roman general Cyrus deployed choking clouds of caustic lime powder to defeat the Caratani of Hispania, and Henry III used it to help the English navy destroy an invading French fleet by blinding them with the substance. Naphtha or turpentine is a hydrocarbon that is derived from crude oil. It is very similar to modern petroleum and has the same properties. It is an easily ignited fuel source that can burn at high temperatures and float on water. So how was this mixture used on the battlefield. It could be launched in containers, these containers being varying sizes from large jars fired from catapults to smaller handheld vials that would be thrown like modern hand grenades. But probably the most infamous weapons were the flame-breathing beasts mounted on the Byzantine ships. These ships had metal sculptures of lions and other beasts on their prow. Made from a combination of iron and brass, Greek fire was pumped along tubes running into these sculpted heads. They then spewed the deadly concoction over the approaching force, a terrifying sight for anyone of that time, unnerving enemies and emphasizing the strength and the ferocity of the Greek fleet. The weapon acted like an ancient nuclear deterrent, and thus was so secret the actual recipe has been lost. And as is with most weaponry, it was eventually surpassed by gunpowder. Gunpowder was widely adopted by all, and Greek fire was confined to the annals of history. Once again, many thanks to Thomas H for suggesting this topic. And if you have an idea for a video, let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. If you want to see more from the channel,
What did I miss?
Oh,
Greek fire.
Was I muted? Oh, sorry.
You were.
I forgot what I said now.
I had to go and empty the washing machine.
Yeah, I was saying that we weren't really none the wiser with that because of with documentation or anything that's knowledge about anything like, it's the same with or any technologies. We know about them. Certain things we just can't replicate because we haven't got enough knowledge about them. Yeah.
Correct. Yes, it's all been it's been lost.
Okay, that's just something I found here. Okay, we'll try. What other Roman technologies was out there back then? Getting so close to the year dot, that's not funny. There in the search. What have we got? Oh, plenty come up without the Creative Commons, but as soon as I click Creative Commons, we've already watched the concrete. We know all about that. Making Roman tools, something, a groma, goes for 3 minutes. Roman eye surgery, that goes for 2 minutes. Wanna watch Roman eye surgery?
We could have a look at it.
No pun intended.
Not sure quite how advanced they were at that.
Oh, pressed the wrong thing. Stay. It's Creative Commons completely, so. Alright.
Steady hand were always called for in the case of one of the most incredible operations carried out during the Roman period, eye surgery. Romans, like us today, could suffer from cataracts, a clouding of the lens in the eye that can lead to blindness. But also, like us, they had a cure, a delicate operation.
Cataract operations seem to be common. It's a very simple operation in which you put a very thin needle into the eye and flip over the lens. And we've got lots of instruments, mainly from France, but elsewhere in the Roman Empire, that seem to show that this was a common procedure.
The technique known as couching involved the use of a very fine needle. Surgeons would expertly insert the needle into the back of the eye to remove the cataract. One slip could have caused permanent blindness. In some developing countries today, the technique of couching is carried out in exactly the same way as it would have been by Roman doctors. A unique find in Montbellier, France, has revealed an even more advanced technique in ancient eye surgery.
These instruments were found in a bronze tube on the bed of the River Saône, so they're very well preserved, and as well as 3 solid cataract couching needles, there are 2 needle syringes.
These amazingly delicate syringes were at first a mystery. It was only when the tools were x-rayed that their secret was revealed. Using these radiographs, modern eye surgeons could then begin to explain what they were for.
This is an even more sophisticated instrument, and it's a very cunning piece of design in that it's a hollow instrument with a introducer. So with this, it would be a much more sophisticated operation of being able to enter the lens itself, and then the surgeon would remove the needle from within inside and be able to suck the lens contents out through the small port.
Well, that was quick.
Ew. Yeah, righto.
Okay. It cut it off just at the right bit.
The whole cell glass suck your lens out. Nope.
Yeah.
Oops, I closed the wrong tab. I just lost all that. I'll get back to where I was. Open new tab. Yeah. Back there.
Steady hand were always...
I've had that one. Go back. Alright. What else have we got? Pottery? Saying what year they... Oh, that goes for too long. Wikipedia.
Dora's wondering what sedatives they use.
Yeah,
Wine,
I was thinking
probably.
of that too, yeah. You'd need some sort of sedative.
Nothing, or get you drunk first.
Smack over the head.
Don't know if they can feel pain in your eyeball.
Yes.
That goes for an hour, we don't want that. That goes for 2.
There's only really one place that you don't feel pain, and that's your brain.
Your brain, yeah.
Bizarrely, all
I
of those
won't find
nerves
out.
in
I'm
there-
not sticking my finger in my eye to find out.
Well, they quite often perform brain surgery on patients that are conscious.
Oh yeah, I know about the brain, yeah.
But yeah, I think just about everywhere else you can feel pain.
Well, I suppose it
Possible
probably will,
exception,
because
maybe.
yeah, because your skin is just clear over your eye. cornea's clear skin, so it probably will have paint things in it.
Anyone who wears contact lenses and gets a little speck of dust between their eyeball and the contact lens will tell you just how much that hurts.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Not a contact lens wearer, obviously.
No, that's one of the real downsides of wearing contact lenses. If you're outside and it's windy and it happens to be dusty, oh yeah,
Yeah.
you know about it. But on the flip side, I used to be able to go down the pub and play pool all night back in the days when everybody was smoking, and it didn't bother me at all.
Yep. Mippett's asking, when did ether start being used? Couldn't tell you.
I think Travis used it most recently.
Not ether. Ether.
Yeah, his own special version of ether. Really, everybody was sweet. Yeah, let's have a look. They start using that.
What day is this anyway? Saturday. Good God.
Yes, I'm losing track of it. Yes, it's Saturday.
Like Sunday, they're all just rolling into one.
Yeah, now we're all stuck at home. You go down the shops and you think it's a Sunday. Oh, you look everywhere around. You go, oh, the shop's not open. No one around. Oh, it feels like Sunday.
Yeah.
It could have been a Sunday yesterday out on the roads.
Really?
Oh, same here.
Yeah. There really wasn't that much traffic at all. No, actually, the when did I go shopping? Thursday. You were struggling to find another car on the road at times.
Wow.
There was just nobody about.
I went to Asda yesterday and the car park was full.
Now, I went to Asda on Thursday and there was half the normal amount of people, and the number of people who are wearing masks, and it's like, you do realise that doesn't really do that much. And then
it's about the stupid people with a scarf round their mouth and not their nose. You're breathing it in, you stupid twat. What the hell gives a scarf going to do over your mouth? And you having to breathe through your nose. Idiots.
But Asda, bless them, they'd closed off half the self-service tills. We're all standing there queuing. I said, why are these ones closed? It was only every other one that was open, if you got a trolley. And she said, oh, because they're closer than 2 meters. I said, bloody hell. I said, 2 meters is 6.5 feet. And I'm 5'10", and I can lay down between those tills. And you've still got the depth of the what's it in the till to the next person. I said, that's more than 2 feet. She said, no, we've measured them.
Well, our Asda has 2 tills open. The self-checkout's open. But the queues were up and down 3 aisles. And they've got them marked out with tape every 2 meters. You have to stand there with your trolley.
That's it. Yeah, there's all tape all over the floor.
So it took half an hour to get in and an hour to get out.
Yeah.
Because there are only like 50 people in at a time.
They've gone a little bit over the top.
Yes. Plus the fact when you're standing beside like the biscuit aisle or the crisp aisle, things just fall into your trolley. It's not helping. Oh, I'll just take that. Oh, I'll have that too.
Yeah, they have a habit of doing that, don't they?
No, an hour and a half. That's why I disappeared just to think I'm going to get my mum shopping. I'll be 10 minutes. I'll come back and Zoom will still be on. Nope. Nearly 2 hours I was gone. Ridiculous. Sorry, Terry, we want to play something?
Trying to find.
Morning, Colon.
Morning, Colon.
No, I want to go on.
I got toilet roll yesterday.
Oh, you're down to two toilet rolls, Demon Orb. That's bad.
Slightly scented toilet roll I got, and every time I get in the toilet, the loo, oh, it's rotten. It's not very nice smell. Kind of fake roses. Blah.
Okay, I found.
So I was quite surprised when I went to they got really big sort of Walmart Asda in sort of Bletchley, Milton Keynes. That's the one I used. I had absolutely no trouble getting everything I wanted. I mean, I wasn't looking for toilet roll because I've got plenty, but I thought, I'll see if there's any bread. Oh, yeah, I can get my usual 2 loaves of bread, milk, eggs, meat, everything. Everything was there. I thought, okay, has the panic now obviously died down a bit?
Well, I managed to get macaroni yesterday. That was the first I got pasta.
Yeah.
But there's no tomatoes or cereal. Plenty of bread and milk and eggs and things.
I tell a lie, the only thing I couldn't get, I still can't get, is Jacob's crackers. I've always got a supply of them just in case I fancy a quick bite. Then I think I'll have a bit of cheese and biscuits. No, that was the only thing I couldn't get.
I had plenty of hobnobs on the show.
Oh, I see they brought out dark chocolate hobnobs.
Oh, don't.
I resisted.
Packed full of carbohydrates.
I want to buy a packet of hobnobs one day. I haven't tried them yet, but they're there. What's this?
Oh, you need to try them. They're lovely, especially the chocolate one.
Okay, I don't know what this is, but it'll do for now. It's pause. I tell you, pause. I'm going to pause it and it won't do as I told. I've got no idea what this is, but it's relevant.
It's Krypton Factor.
Building an arch.
That's it. Build them up until you put the keystone in at the top.
Straight to the bottom out.
And you take the former out the bottom.
Hey.
Amazing.
That's called compression.
Yeah. I wonder if gravity's got anything to do with it.
Yep. Certainly has.
Pause. I don't know what this is, but it's something to do with ancient technologies. Something.
Diachronic approach to weaving technology.
Yeah, I don't know. It's research of ancient technologies. Something diachronic approach to weaving technology in Bronze Age Greece. So it's.
I think looms and things.
Well, I don't know. It's still technology.
Weaving looms, I would imagine. Yeah.
Except for that bit.
Vilnius. Something Russian, is it?
Weaving in Bronze Age Greece has been acknowledged as highly advanced technology, resulting in great
If they're speaking English, it's not helping.
Extreme quality and high importance to local
There's no
economies
subtitles
and
either.
external trade. However, the development of weaving technology, with the assumed technical innovations which might have stood behind it, is not easy to be grasped in archaeological evidence. In this paper, I'm attempting to trace possible innovations
Damn those
versus
subtitles.
traditional elements in weaving technology by presenting an overview of the combined evidence. I will start with a short introduction to the chronology and geography of Bronze Age Greece, and then I will shortly discuss the limited evidence of archaeological textiles from Bronze Age context in Greece, and I will refer to the compound evidence
painful.
of weaving tools from Greece and to the iconography of textiles and clothes.
You must agree that it probably would have good content, but the presentation's going to.
Can I gong it?
Yeah, but the content may have been alright if it was presented in a different way. It just was the. I don't know, she was trying to speak English.
Be a bugger if you had to pay for that course. Can't understand you. What are you saying? I paid good money for this.
Robert X says sometimes I use Google Translate for Aussie to English. Oh, careful.
Robert.
Talking of translations, I just had something come up my Facebook feed about those of you who might be twiddling Spanish this weekend. Here's some handy-dandy Haynes Manual translations that might come in useful. Haynes Manual. This is a snug fit. Translation. Clamp with mold grips, then beat repeatedly with hammer. Haynes
about right.
Manual, as described in Chapter 4. Translation: that'll teach you not to read through before you start. Now you're going to be looking at scary photos of the inside of a gearbox. Try. Hammer a screwdriver into. Undo. Go buy a tin of WD-40. You know, the giant trade size. Retain tiny spring. Ping! Jesus, where the hell did that go? Oh, this is absolutely spot on. Weekly checks. If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
Yeah.
1 spanner rating. An infant could do this. So how did you manage to pick it up? 3 spanner rating. Make sure you don't need your motorbike for a couple of days. Oh, these are absolutely spot on.
How long have we been going for?
Cool on, it's 10 o'clock. It's not early.
Yeah, but it's 9
About an hour and a
o'clock.
half, I think, Terry.
Yeah, but it's 9 o'clock. That's usually what time we have intermission, and I start grabbing some other videos.
No, Colin's complaining it's early, but it's only 10 o'clock here in the morning.
Yeah, well,
some of us have been awake for 4 hours.
Yeah, I was up at 5 and I didn't get to sleep till 2.
At the rate we're going, the Roman Empire is going to come back around again.
I ended up in Jared's stream for about half an hour, and then I need to try and sleep. So not had much sleep.
Okay, I'll grab some
About
videos
6,
for
made
you.
a mistake of checking YouTube on my phone and watch that thing that Red's Rhetoric did. And I thought, I saw that, might as well get up.
Anyone want to hear?
Hey, I managed to see it.
Anyone want to hear Channel Q going off?
I have watched it.
There. I was there.
I've seen about 10 minutes so
I
far.
was at the end of it, listened, or sort of listened at the end. I was waiting for her to take a breath and stop talking, but no, that was her point.
No, I
She
think
wanted
she
just
can,
to keep going.
I think she can breathe through her ears or something, because, oh boy, where'd she go?
I got as far as I think she was going to start off from John.
Was John Watson
John
was John Watson getting an earful, wasn't he? Or he was
Yeah.
trying to talk.
Apparently he went off from one as well, but I haven't got that far yet.
He did go off on one, but it was all to do with Tim Osmond. But you see, John's an interrupter as well. But you'll notice that most of us just sort of went on mute and let it get on with it, because it's like, yeah, I'm not sticking my nose in there, you know.
Yeah. Oh no. Duck for cover.
But like I said, I think she was only saying what a lot of us have been thinking.
I didn't. If I'd have heard the start of it, I probably would have got more context of what was going on. But I missed the start. So, and plus it was off air anyway that he recorded it and then replayed it back. So something must have happened on air before he went off air.
Yeah. She was being overspoken.
Yeah. And I know she's a very loud and forthright character, but she does tend to get overspoken quite a lot, because I think there is still there's a very prevalent attitude of oh no, she's a woman, she doesn't know what she's talking about, I'll just talk over. She gets that.
Yep.
Now, Jose's removed that. Not the one.
No, it's there.
No, not the after show. That's not removed. The show.
No, they did it.
The show that it comes
from. Yeah, he made
has
it
been
private.
Removed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't listen to that.
But
one.
he's put the after show.
Yeah, I know the after show's there,
yeah.
but that's not what I want to hear. I wanted to hear the actual show bit.
Professor Phil's asking who is Q. Oh dear.
Oh.
She's American. Let's just put it that way.
That's private too now, so we can't watch that now.
Q is the only person I know that can break a microphone by screaming at it.
Yes, she did that the last time, didn't she?
Okay.
That's an achievement.
That's why she'd been away for a few weeks, because she had to buy herself a new headset with microphone. Because
the last time she went off at she screamed so
Hello,
loud.
wonderful person. This is Anton, and in this video, we're going to.
Hello, Anton.
Oh, yep. Shut up, Anton. We're not ready for you yet.
No, she's not a flatty.
No,
the last time she screamed at her, she screamed so loud it broke the microphone.
She did.
Go and have a listen to the after show that Jose put up.
I didn't even know that was
and you'll hear.
I know which one that is.
She's just no, she's
some people probably don't know that one.
No, Q's not a psycho either.
No.
You
just had opinions and lots of them, and
you have to get to know Q. You have to understand her and work out where she's coming from. Plus her history. I mean, she is one of the not a founding father, but she's been around from the start. She has been part of the flat Earth meme since it was a thing on the internet.
Now we could play Professor Bell, but Professor Bell needs a microphone because I turned it up and I still couldn't hear him properly.
I thought Professor Bell was getting a microphone.
Yes. Can't hear your video, Professor Bell.
Explain yourself, Professor Bell.
Yeah, nobody's fault but yours. Paraphrase the Led Zeppelin song.
Okay.
Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan.
Offense,
This
Professor
is Bob.
Bell, the sound is just too
Hello,
low.
Bob. No, it's Channel Q's her name, not Paige. She's not a flat earther.
No, Channel Q is not a flat earther. Oh, no.
Before the video starts, a quick 10-second message. If you check out...
Oh,
no, that voice.
No, you got no idea who that is. Got no idea.
No idea at all.
No idea. Who else have we got? Did we already play that one? Yesterday? I can't remember.
No, his mic hasn't arrived yet.
I can't remember if I've played half of these videos now.
Well, I think anything you order at the moment, if it's termed non-essential. Although
I don't know. I got my nail kit yesterday. Non-essential.
I think we played.
I have lovely nails today.
Are a hardy bunch, aren't they?
Dan?
Well, my book deliveries are still coming through. I got the combat history of Sturmpanzer Amtelum 217 yesterday.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, well, if you like German tanks, yeah. If you don't, it probably makes a handy paperweight with some interesting black and white photos.
That's something to make you go to sleep. Could have done with that last night.
Oh, have we got...
It's another addition to the library.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and this is our planet.
No, it's not, Dora. We'll see.
It's a very good PSA, I must admit.
Sure, I haven't seen half these.
I heard a guy singing it on Facebook this morning. Well, it's on YouTube actually. It's a song, but I thought, no, I'm not singing it.
Yeah, but in all honesty, there has been a little inrush of videos over the last day or two. I'd be surprised when so many people are sat at home.
Yeah, nothing else to do, exactly.
Nothing else to do. Let's make a video, you know. Oh, I tried to watch that Flat Earth debate yesterday between Flat Earth Ozzie Genus and Planar Walk.
Oh, how did it go? No.
Flat Earth Ozzie Jesus, his audio is abysmal. You can barely hear what he's saying.
Professor Phil wants to know.
But he's talking nonsense anyway.
Okay.
So.
Okay, Professor Phil, you asked for it.
Yeah, but you might not play it because there's swearing in it.
Where are you, Professor Phil? Here we are. Here's Professor Phil.
Well. They finally did it. Looks like...
Now let me know out there if you can hear that.
Over here for... Well,
Just
I don't know how much time that
very
will
quiet.
Very quiet.
The whole country is practically in lockdown. And we've all been advised to work from home, which is what I am doing now.
Has that turned up all the way?
Yes, look.
So,
there's the volume.
I still have...
I can't go any higher. I mean, I can tweak it in voice meter, but
I'll have some
usually I have to turn it down, not turn it up.
What I intend to do with that is to...
By the closed captions, Terry.
To society. by doing some free lectures, you know, specifically aimed at students who
I can't hear it.
struggling, where the
It's inaudible.
online classes aren't quite matching up to their expectations.
Like I've got
So,
decent Steel
I'll be
Series
posting
headset,
some
and
of
they,
those, on
I can hear a
this
pin
channel,
drop with them
and,
normally.
If that doesn't work, then I'll create an alternative channel, which is
I can just about hear it, but it's difficult to make out.
Yeah. Yes, you are
Yeah,
right.
you-
It is
Phil,
too
we know
quiet.
it's too quiet.
Oh, thank you, Phil. We're trying to tell you that.
If I turn them up, everybody else is really loud.
Exactly. Turn Phil up, definitely.
Yeah, if I turn,
Ourselves.
yeah, if I go to turn him up.
So what do I think about
Best to watch it when we're not in a panel, nobody else speaking, I think.
That's the loudest I can tweak it at my end.
Given the exponential nature of the
Oh, that's better.
growth of it,
Yeah, but it's still not brilliant, is it?
No.
Yeah, well, I've got it up to 12% in
probably more
voice meter.
prospect that
Yeah, and that's a problem, as Miffitt's just pointed out. She said, I'm at highest volume, you can hardly hear it. Then you spoke and blasted my eardrums.
not
Yes.
even a prospect of a vaccine.
Mute us, Terry.
Certainly because some initial reports out of China saying that people who originally did have the virus and then had finished and got cured managed to get infected again. So I don't know how much truth there is in that, and I haven't seen any scientific papers, but that's the reports that we're getting. And if that's true, that's a very, very serious development, because what it means then is that it's unlikely that a vaccine will work for many people, which means that they'll continue to spread this around, and in which case it's inevitable that everybody will eventually catch it. Now, to what extent the elderly people will be able to survive it, well, I guess that will be wait and see. And hopefully, even if a vaccine doesn't altogether stop you from getting it, with any luck, it'll probably reduce the symptoms to something that's mild and survivable. I guess only time will tell. As for the flat earthers and other conspiracy theorists who think this is a hoax, I'm afraid you're sadly mistaken. This is no hoax. This is real. Real people are dying. Real people are getting infected. A real country is shut down. Certainly any country that you come from will have certainly been locked down by now. And the threat that this could kill as many people as the Spanish flu did in 1918 is a very real prospect. And in fact is more than likely if we absolutely do nothing. So the idea that you'd think this is a hoax is just flat out ridiculous. Okay, now again, if you are interested in watching videos, lessons, videos, serious lessons on lectures in chemistry, physics, and mathematics, then please mention this in the comments, and I'll do that. Otherwise, I'm not going to waste my time. If the people are not interested in free lectures, then I don't have any reason to do that. I'll just run my classes on Zoom and Microsoft Teams and the like, whatever people decide that they want to use. Okay, I think that's it. Like and subscribe if you haven't done that already, and certainly if you are interested in the lessons, then that would be a handy thing to do, because then you would know that there's a new lesson being posted, and I'll try to do something, every other day at least. Okay, see you next time.
Next county.
Better put banana back. There we go. Alright. Get rid of that. Alright, how many videos have we got? I haven't got a lot. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
I think Phil's classes might be just a wee bit out of my league.
Go. That's what we need. Ready, set.
I think they're getting wise to it.
Well, about bloody time.
Yeah, because I'm all ready to do this. I'll allow a couple of posts just to check. So there's one. There's 2. Loon 6 says now.
Not yet, Loon, not yet.
80% of the panel are amazing, and the others, and the other one can be there too.
Yeah, that's my maths. That's how I can do maths. Yep.
Wise to what? Now.
To that.
Oh no!
Oh,
as soon as I pressed enter, it came in. I only had to wait about half a second. Half a second.
Bye,
you could have waited, Dora. Your comment was all right before that. You got away with it.
Phil, if I'm free, I'll have a listen in, but I won't understand anything.
No, I'm going to start letting 4 back in now. Otherwise, we'll never get 4.
Yeah.
We've got 8 so far. Oh, 8.
1, 2, 3 8s, 2 4s.
3 8s, 3 8s, 3 8. 8 wins. You can't vote after I type
3.
Stop voting now. There. I think I typed that right. 8 wins, stop voting now. I think Carl just put that in when I said it. That was close. Yeah, I know, Carl. You just at the same time. I'll allow for the delay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's the last one I put up. Okay.
8's a good one, Terry.
How do you know which one's 8?
I don't. You're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, it's a good one.
8's my favorite.
I think he's live tonight.
Hi everyone and welcome back. I hope you're all keeping well and looking after yourselves during these times. Today, we've got an assortment of bits and pieces for your delight. Before we have a look at that, quick thanks to all my amazing, wonderful patrons. I greatly appreciate every single one of my patrons, including new patrons Eric Hare, Timo, Warren J, Cheesemondo, Brian A. Reid, Mr. Bozohead, Thomas B, Sven Arne Grimson, Andy Woods and Glenn Chapman, and my latest patron, Dark Saber. Thank you all so very much. Well, the more observant amongst you might notice that my wall looks a bit different. I've had to rearrange things because I received a package sent by Tiffany Hall. Arnold. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Inflatable debunk globe for future videos. Thanks, Tiff. Thanks for the laughs, Mr. S. You and Arnie Raw. Tiffany Hall. Made by Tiffany, called Planet Cheese. Glows in the dark with a... It glows like the moon. Fantastic. Be careful. Tiffany, that's absolutely beautiful. Over the moon with that. Thank you so much. So much. Apparently this portrait of Arnold was done by Tiff's boyfriend, and he does these on commission. And he takes orders from all over. Prices are $75 to $100 for a pet mat. You can email Mike at momdesigns.com. Mike at momdesigns. Cheers, Mike. That's going up on the wall as well, and I really appreciate it. Honestly, Tiff and Mike, I'm absolutely over the moon with these gifts. Here's a close-up of Mike's Arnie picture. And I put the email on that video just a moment ago, Mike at momdesigns.com. So feel free to contact Mike if you're interested in commissioning one. And the other thing was Tiff's clock called Planet Moon. Absolutely beautiful it is. I don't know, it's some sort of acrylic, and it does glow. Lovely, absolutely lovely. Just so pleased. While I hang it up, why don't we have a look at some flirty feedback? Bowed twat. Thanks for the considered argument, Lawn King.
Hello, I'm Ken Heppen to you. Oh look, a dickhead with ears.
Dude, you're a joke. Mrs. Not this guy again. Not this guy? You're not that guy, are you? Keep on trying, Baldy, you funky, thick, Harry Hill love child. Lawn King. Lawn, I can't believe anyone has that as a first name, so I did a bit of internet digging, and I found out your real name. Let me correct it for you. There, much better, isn't it, Juan? Oh, one from my favourite. Mr. Nobby Bob, the Odd Job Bob Knobman. Shut up, Mr. Sensible. I am your master now, remember? Brilliant. Now, Mike, the picture you've done for Arnie, sorry, I'm going to have to get a proper frame for it. And obviously right now we're in lockdown, so I can't go out and get it. So I'm going to put it somewhere safe. And when I can get the frame, I'll mount this on the wall as well. What's that? Who is it?
Hey, what's up, YouTube? It's Richie from Boston.
Oh, no. It's Richie from Boston.
It's March 21st in the year 2020, and we are in a live exercise.
Yeah, Richie from Boston. The unprepared survivalist. He's a prepper. He has a business where he flogs bulk packs of emergency food rations. I recently did a video called The Unprepared Survivalist because despite him having prepared in advance for any catastrophe that could happen, he's now out of state and can't get home. What have you got to say, Richie?
Some dude sent me a video of some bald-headed freak who's got like 4,000 subscribers, who's making a video that says, Richie from Boston, the unprepared survivalist.
Oh, that'll be this bald-headed freak.
Well, here's something for you. First of all, I managed to get out of my state before the troops got there. That's one.
Yes, but Richie, that's not too bright if all your carefully gathered stores are still back at home.
Number two, I called this exact scenario January 7th, 2020. The video's still up.
So why, Richie, would you leave home with your stores there? You have gone across country and you have avoided the lockdown. Well, the lockdown areas could actually be the safest areas. They're areas where the virus can't spread as quickly. Hey, for all I know, you already have it, and you've just traipsed across the country, and you are spreading it. You're a fool. I'm not going to even bother with the rest of your video. I just wanted to say that, really. And to finish off with, something a little light-hearted. A song from Mr. Chris Durham. Take it away, Chris.
Well, I met a man just the other day. He said that the earth was flat. He said 9/11 was an inside job. Now what do you think about that? He told me that the moon was just a light up in the sky. Then he said that gravity was just another lie. He said the sun was only 40 miles above my head. Well, it must be pretty damn small, my friend, 'cause otherwise we're dead. I met a man just the other day, and he said that the earth was flat. Think I've had a smarter conversation with my cat.
Chris, I absolutely love that song, I really do, and I think you should do a full-length version. I put a link to Chris's channel up here, and I suggest everyone pops over and leaves a message to let Chris know if you want a full-length version of that song. Well, I hope you're all subscribed to me and you've all got notify hit, because you need to keep an eye out, because in the next couple of days I have a belter of a video coming out. This guy is the dumbest idiot with the most pathetically stupid idea I have ever come across. You are not going to believe it. You will need face palm protection of the highest order. So please be careful, be prepared, and watch out for it. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Until next time, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
I just got a very interesting email from the AA.
Oh.
Here in the UK, vehicle owners have been granted an MOT exception.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
From the 30th of March for the next 6 months.
Oh, thank God, because ours is due.
Which is quite handy because in April, both my car and motorbike MOT are due.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mentioned it the other day.
Does it exempt people that already have the warrant out before the lockdown? Or is it just after the lockdown?
Well, if it was due before, you would have had it done before. But any MOTs due from the 31st of March are exempt for 6 months.
Vehicle owners will be granted a 6-month exception from MOT testing. All cars, vans and motorcycles, which usually would require an MOT test, will be exempted from needing a test from the 30th of March. The vehicles must be kept in a roadworthy condition. Garages will remain open for essential repair work.
Far out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's handy. Because
how long do they think the lockdown's for? Bloody hell.
Yeah, I actually went past the place that I take my motorbike for MOTs and tyres and things, and that place is shut up tight. And it was like, oh, bugger, I'm going to have to try and find somewhere else. Well, no, I'm not now. That's handy.
Yep.
Good, we can all go to the Winchester Arms, wait for it to blow over. Oh, no, hang on a minute. All the pubs are shut. We can't go to the Winchester Arms and wait for it to all blow over.
Well, you can, but you'll only need to stay there for 3 weeks. You can get in, but you ain't getting out.
Lock-in, isn't it? Quick, shut the pub whilst I'm inside it.
We can all buy a beer individually at the bottle, and then all go home separately and then discuss it.
One of the things I coincidentally made sure I had plenty of before this all started was alcohol. I've got alcohol and toilet paper. Everything else is immaterial.
No.
Oh, Robert X just made it. That must have been splitting hairs then, Robert.
That was bloody close.
Yeah, as soon as I typed it and took my hand away from the keyboard, Robert's went in.
I think they passed each other via the interwebs there.
Yeah.
In the ether.
What's Loon's got? I can't read that. Is it 4?
That's a 4.
4.
Okay. So we've got 2 4s.
2 4s and a 1.
Oh, okay. 4 wins then.
Trouble 4. Oh, excuse me.
Evolution.
No, I said 4 wins. Stop voting now.
Well, I think they've probably got overly excited that they can type 4 without getting timed
out.
Yeah, but you've got to stop voting now.
Of course, they've typed 4.
No, you can.
Yes,
no, you get timed out.
No,
you can't type 4 now because I said stop voting.
Oh, that was just after though, Jerry.
That one was. Yeah, that one was. Yeah.
There you go. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. If I can't time them out one way, I'll time them out in another rule.
Well, yes, Dor, because refer to rule 1. 4 now counts.
I said stop voting now. So there.
Not vote.
Okay, number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, 4's the good one.
You said that about 8.
I know. Go on, right?
I got no idea where this guy's from.
Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is
Oh,
Bob
that's
the
right.
Science Guy. A
Northern
couple of
Michigan.
weeks ago, I had a rather popular video that went through the method Al-Biruni to determine the radius of the Earth. Now, a number of the viewers asked me to go through the mathematics behind it, and true to my word, I'm going to go ahead and do that. So let's cue up the music and have some fun with math. Okay, the method Al-Biruni has 2 different parts to it. The first part is to try to determine the height of the mountain. say we have a mountain next to a lake, and this bottom line right here will be the level of the lake. If you were to look at this from the top, here's the mountain right here, and then here's the lake, and we have this little peninsula coming out. Now we've got 2 points, point A and point B, that are right on the lake shore, so that we know that they are at the same level as the base of the mountain. And we know the distance between those 2 points because we can measure it very easily. So let's see how we can use that to determine the height of the mountain. In trigonometry, we've got a couple of different functions. We have sine, we have cosine, and then we have one called tangent. So the sine would be h over the hypotenuse. The cosine is this base, which is CA over the hypotenuse. Then we have something called the tangent, which is the opposite side over the adjacent side. So the tangent equals h over CA for this angle right here, and we're going to call this omega 1. Now we're getting someplace. Now, if we could only figure out what one of these sides was, we don't really need to know the hypotenuse. So the sine and the cosine aren't going to help us very much because we don't have an accurate way to measure the hypotenuse. But we theoretically could measure this, and we want to determine h. So how would we do that? Well, let's say we go over here to B, and we get a second angle, this angle right here. We'll call that omega 2. So let's go ahead and have a look at some things here. First of all, and remember, this is the distance between these two. So the distance equals CA minus CB. That's pretty straightforward. But what do CA and CB equal? We do know that the tangent of 1 equals h over CA. And the tangent of angle 2 equals h over CB. So we can rearrange that a little bit and say that CA equals h divided by the tangent of angle 1, and CB equals h divided by the tangent of angle 2. That's pretty straightforward. So now let's go back up to this expression right here. So D will equal CA, which is h over the tangent of angle 1, minus CB, which is h over the tangent of angle 2. Well, let's see if we can make this a little bit more useful. Now, one of the problems that we run into is that we have different denominators here. So if we cross multiply, we can get the same denominator. So let's do that. So D equals h times the tangent of angle 2 minus h times the tangent of angle 1 over tangent 1 times tangent 2. That's just basic cross multiplication to get a common denominator. Now what we want to solve for is this h. So we can rewrite this a little bit. Like so. Finally, to isolate this, we get to our final equation. So we're going to divide D by this entire term here to isolate out h. And that will equal that. Now we have solved for h. Okay, so let's take a practical example. Say we have a mountain of unknown height, and we have 2 points on a line to that mountain that are 1 kilometer or 1,000 meters apart. Angle 1 is 14 degrees, and angle 2 is 26.6 degrees. Well, the tangent of 14 degrees is 0.25, and the tangent of 26.6 is 0.5. We come down here and multiply the distance between the two, which is 1,000 meters, times tangent 1 times tangent 2 over tangent 2 minus tangent 1, and we come up with a height, which is 500 meters. Now, when Al-Biruni did this, his mountain was 884 meters high. Now, I can already hear the flat earthers complaining that we made the calculations based on a flat surface. Now, obviously, the Earth's surface is curved, and because there is a curve to it, there will be a slight error in the measurement of the height of the mountain. The reason for that is that the mountain will actually be a little lower the further you get away from it, because it's going over the curve of the Earth and we're missing some of the bottom. So I made a correction for that. So here's how I set up my problem. I've got a mountain that's 1,500 feet high, and my 2 points are much farther away than Al-Biruni would have used. I went 1 nautical mile and 2 nautical miles. Now, the reason that I'd used nautical miles is each nautical mile is approximately 1 minute of angle on the surface of the Earth, or 1/60th of a degree. So I would have to make a correction of 1/60th of a degree to the angle to the top of the mountain from the near point, and 2/60ths or 1/30th of a degree from the farthest point. And I went ahead and did that. Calculating it on a strictly flat surface, I came up with 1,499 feet for the height of the mountain. Calculating it on a curved surface and making the corrections, I came up with 1,511 feet for the height of the mountain, or an error of about 0.8%. I think I can live with that. Okay, so now we have determined the height of this mountain. Let's see if we can use it to determine the radius of the Earth. Here's the setup of our problem. When we stand at the top of the mountain, we can measure an angle down to the apparent horizon, and we're going to call that angle alpha. Angle alpha plus this angle right here will equal 90 degrees. So this angle is 90 degrees minus angle alpha. This is a right angle, and it is 90 degrees, and we know that the internal angles of a triangle equal 180 degrees. So if this is 90 degrees, and this angle is 90 degrees minus angle alpha, that means that this angle is also angle alpha down here. Now again, we're going to turn to a little trigonometry and see if we can figure out a couple of values here. We know, for example, that that value, where our line of sight is tangential to the horizon and the radius, is the radius of the Earth. This distance from the top of the mountain is the radius of the Earth plus h. So let's figure this out with a little trigonometry. Let's start off with cosine alpha equals r over r plus h. Now what we want to isolate is r, so what we'll do is we'll take cosine alpha times r plus h equals r. That also means that cosine alpha times r plus cosine alpha times h equals r. So h times cosine alpha equals r minus r cosine alpha. Removing r from this, we find that h times cosine alpha equals r times 1 minus cosine alpha. Bringing this around, we find that h times cosine alpha divided by 1 minus cosine alpha equals r. So let's use a real-life example from Wolfie 6020. He was flying along at 45,000 feet and noted a dip angle to the horizon of 3.75 degrees. The cosine of 3.75 degrees is 0.998. So we'll plug our numbers in. 45,000 feet times 0.998 divided by 1 minus 0.998 gives us this number of feet, which works out to 4,252.84 miles. The actual radius of the Earth is 3958.8 miles, giving us an error of 7%. Now, where does that error come from? The main error comes from right here. This assumes that we have a straight line of sight from the top of the mountain to the horizon. However, as we know, on Earth we have a phenomenon called refraction. Now, refraction actually causes the light to bend a little bit, like so. And as a result, when we look out at the horizon actually appears to be a little higher than it truly is. This is called looming. And this will result in us overestimating the radius of the Earth slightly. And as we said, it's about 7%. That's not too bad. Now, this curve has a radius to it, and that radius is independent of what's underneath it, so it doesn't care whether the Earth is spherical or flat. A good way to estimate what the radius of that curve will be is about 7/6 r, and that will give you the radius of that curve on Earth. That's the only reason that we involve the radius of the Earth in that equation. It's just a way to estimate the actual radius of this curve. Another source of error could be the accuracy of the dip to the horizon. Recall that that was determined by Wolfie using flight instruments, not survey instruments. Well, thank you guys very much for stopping by, and I hope that you now have an appreciation for the elegance of mathematics and the power of mathematics and the usefulness in our day-to-day lives. Now, one other point that I wanted to make was that Al-Biruni made his observations from 884 meters, not 45,000 feet. And he was also using an astrolabe, which at best is accurate to 1/4 or maybe 1/6 of a degree. So the very fact that he came up with a radius of the Earth that corresponded to that found by Eratosthenes without the need to travel to two different points some 500 miles apart speaks to the elegance of trigonometry. So, signing out from Northern Michigan, this is Bob the Science Guy. Thank you very much for visiting with me. Next time, we're going to have a look at how we can calculate a radius from a great circle course. So until then, take care and see you soon.
Oh, bless.
I know your stuff, but it's completely over my head. There's no way a Flair's going to watch that.
No.
That's why they don't like maths, because they can't do it.
Yeah, but that's a bit condescending.
And I agree.
But, I think it's I think it's a bit condescending that just because somebody can do math like Bob's doing it, and if he's doing it in relation to, say, for flurfist, so to speak, that's not right, because I don't even understand the type of math. So, what does that mean? I'm a flurfer? No.
No, it's a bit. Yeah, I get you. I love the bits, but
if you're gonna do maths, even if you're doing it for the flurfist thing, why do you have to do it over the top to make it like, yes, this is the math, and then the flurfers, you think the flurfers are, you're saying that the flurfers are dumb because they can't understand all this mathematics we're showing. No, that's not right.
Well, for even I had to go for a loo break because I couldn't take it. What the hell's the flurfer going to do? No chance.
Yeah, you have to play to your audience, so to speak.
Yeah. And I guess his audience says us. It's not flurfers.
Okay.
I got so far and then it just went blah, 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 blah.
I can understand basic angles and,
okay, I give up.
And the addition and subtraction and percentage and some basic math. But when it comes to all those things where you've got to write something above a line and all these other words that are not even numbers.
Exactly, I'm going to say, but where's the numbers? How can you find out a height with a letter H?
Yeah, but Dora's got it right. That is basic high school maths. I mean, nothing he did there was particularly complicated.
Well, not to me, it's not. That's not basic.
No, I've never used it.
I never used anything like that.
Well, therein lies the problem. And unless you happen to go into when you leave school, unless you happen to go into a trade like I did, engineering, where you tend to use equation formulas, you will forget it. It will all. You will have done this at school and probably not have too much problem understanding it. But that's probably the last time you looked at anything like that.
Oh no, I remember doing it at school and have no clue what the hell the teacher was
The only
about.
type of math that would be related to for us in school was if we went to year 11 and 12. We would have led up to it in year 10, like basics of it, but to get right into it, 11 and 12, it would have been the years that you would have actually got right into that.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I went on to do various things at college. You know, I did an ONC and an HND, and our last year of the HND was degree level maths. And that was the only time that our tutor, our math tutor, I asked him, I said, when will we ever use this in real life? And he said, don't be daft, you won't. Everybody up until then, they tried to come up with some excuse, or you'll use it for this, you'll use it for that. And he just stood there honestly and said, no, this is the only time you'll use this maths, is here. You won't use this in the outside world. Not what you guys are doing. Which was true, because the sort of engineering I do, the equations and the formulas, you know, the Boyle's gas law and things like that, they're not that complex.
I think it's just like my welding thing I did for 2 years. I went through all these books for the knowledge part of it. To me, it's just so you understand it, whether or not what's in it. It's just your level of understanding. If you can get to the level of understanding of it, like I must have. The books. I don't need the books anymore.
Yeah, but mostly when you're using these simple formulas, it's knowing how to transpose them. I mean, the most common formula I ever use in my job is energy equals mass flow rate times the specific heat capacity, generally of water, times the delta T, the temperature difference. Now, that's presuming that you're working out the energy and you know the other three figures. Well, what if you know energy and two of those figures? You then have to know how to rearrange that equation to find what you're looking for. And that's usually as complicated as it gets. Now, that is actually pretty basic stuff. You will have been taught that at school.
1 minute debunk said I've done several mathematics in my time. I don't know if that's the right grammar.
But yeah, I mean, I remember doing differentiation and integration, and I don't really use that. In fact, I doubt if I can remember how to do it. Well, I've been taught. I know I've been taught it, but
I didn't even sit my maths O level. I was so bad. Seriously, I had not a Scooby-Doo. I'm quite sure there's a word for
I
it.
remember that tan and all that stuff, but when we were teaching that when I was in high school in year 10, we got a calculator.
Yeah,
we had a calculator.
It's more remembering what, depending on which angle on which length you're trying to work out, whether you use sine, cosine, or tangent. And that's when you have the useful little mnemonics of remembering which one does what. Silly old Hitler, silly old Hadrian couldn't advance his armies over the Alps or something.
Sokotoa.
Sine is opposite over hypotenuse.
We always use Sokotoa.
Yeah, Sokotoa. But and the initials tell you whether if you want to work out the sine of the sine of the angle, it's opposite over hypotenuse. Cosine is opposite over adjacent. Opposite over hypotenuse, and tan is opposite over adjacent. And that's about as complex as upper school maths got, to be honest. And the other thing we covered was logarithms, and you had the log tables. And now I am pushing my memory because that was 1986 and I'm struggling.
Hey, I'm going back to the mid-70s.
Yeah, I'll go back to the mid-80s and I was struggling to remember what the hell we covered.
Yeah, I got ripped off in 6th class to year 1 in high school because I was sick all through year 6 in primary school, the last year before high school. I was sick most of the year, and when I hit high school, they didn't know what to do with me and they didn't repeat me, which was what they could have done. So by the time I hit high school, they just put me down nearly the bottom of not the right at the bottom, because that would have been obvious, I suppose. The second from the bottom, because I missed out on half of 6th class. And I scraped and struggled down in that lower grade to try to get up, but because you're in a lower grade, you had all the no-hopers and the yahoos and all that down there, and I couldn't concentrate, and it took me 4 years in the 4th year of year 10, about a third of the way through, I think one of the teachers just said, we're just going to have to put me up in a higher grade, which they did. They put me up nearly 4th from the top in maths and English, maths and English, just so I could concentrate and get somewhere for year 10 certificate.
1 minute debunk says, shout out to logarithms. Another brilliant Scottish invention. It's swine.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I was in top set for everything at school except PE.
My best subject was French.
Well, I dropped French as soon as I could because I didn't want to learn French. Ironically, I wanted to learn German, but you couldn't learn German on its own. You could do French, or you could do French and German.
How about we get 1 minute debunk in here? You can talk for 1 minute about it.
Yeah, I'll bet if I sound only if he's got the script. Oh dear. But yeah, that was the only, because I chose French, I had to have 2 PE lessons a week instead of 1, and that immediately put me down in the 3rd set for PE. So I was with some right Herberts. But every other class, I was in the top set for everything, and I was with the same people all the time. And then it comes to PE lessons, and no, it all changed. That's just the way that's the way that my upper school worked. You couldn't just take German. I had no interest in learning French whatsoever.
Well, I tried to take French in 3rd year or whatever it was. You could decide your O-level subjects, and they wouldn't let me.
Yeah, it took you options.
Said you can only do 1 language. I went, okay.
Oh, I've got to change my battery. I'll be back.
Yeah. With hindsight, I should have said, okay, I'll do French and German, because I'd still love to be able to speak German. But
1 minute debunk.
Have to download
I have
Zoom.
to download Zoom. Impossible.
Why do people have so much trouble with Zoom?
I don't know. It's impossible.
Yeah, I'm sure I've forgotten half of what I was taught in maths at college. Most of it I never used. I mean, the engineering I do it's all quite simple and straightforward. The calculations aren't that complex. Not when you're talking about, you know,
Am I back
heat,
here?
energy, and the flow of air and water.
Yes, you are, Terry.
Yeah, now I am. I think. I think I am.
Yeah, you're still here.
Well, 1 minute said what did he say? Oh, no, I've missed it.
Yeah, that's to download Zoom.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, if you can download Zoom, you're smarter than a lot of people to get on here. That's your like a rite of passage for people. if you can download Zoom and get your avatar, you've beat a lot of people.
I was gonna say, Terry, you have to get the avatar as well.
Oh yeah, you definitely have to get the avatar.
You can't come in naked.
Yeah, because you can't just cheat by just clicking on it and then coming in naked. No, it doesn't work that way. What are we up to?
Yeah, you see, Dora, I wish I'd learnt German because most of my interests are things German. But the only German I know is from watching Das Boat and listening to Rammstein. So it's not particularly useful.
Okay, who am I going to catch out? I'm catching someone.
Robert X already. Yeah, Robert X is the only one.
Robert.
Not long enough, Robert.
All these premature, what's the word?
Careful.
Careful.
Premature numerators.
Oh, okay.
Premature typist.
Oh, no one told.
What?
No one
4,
told.
3, 5, 4, 5.
No, 4's allowed.
Oh, 4's allowed.
Yeah, I'm allowing 4. Otherwise, we'll never get to see the 4th video.
Thank God for that.
You've got 2 4s, 2 5s, and a 3. And the 69, which is really helpful.
Yeah, how does that help, NA?
NA.
Obviously not that I've got anything against 69. It's a very good number, but it's a little bit out of the range.
There's a 3.
Du hast mich.
3, 5, 4, 5, 3, 4. So a 3 or
1.
Yeah, we need a 3 so far.
2 3s.
No, that's
2
a 2.
4s. 2 5s.
Miro says DRIE. How am I supposed to know what that is?
Dry. 3.
We speak Australian here.
I'd love to be able to speak German, but
4.65. That's not a number.
3.14.
They're not. Oh, jeez.
7.62.
That's a good number.
5.56.
or triple T.
Dinner for 2. Oh, okay. Is that
there's
your vote?
another 3.
Oh, Stewie said 2, so that's 1, 2, 2. No, that's still 2 2s.
3. We've had. I think we've had 4 3s now.
3 wins.
We've got heaps of 3s.
Yeah.
3, 3, 3.
Is the magic number.
3, 3.
So even Mippet said 3-1.
3.
Okay, 3 wins.
2.
Now, see, I can catch him out again as well here. 3 wins. Stop voting. Now.
Thump.
Right, ready?
50 cal for the win. 50 cal for the win. Good on you, Colin.
And as mine says, Desert Eagle 0.50.
Okay, looks like we didn't catch anyone out.
Well, let's see if somebody keeps voting.
No, you're not allowed to vote.
69 is dinner for two.
Joe!
Right. Good on you, Stu.
How rude.
Well, I don't know about dinner, maybe dessert.
He was trying to tell you how much it cost.
I don't know what
That's
dry
cheeky.
is. Miro. Anyway, 3. 1, 2, 3.
It's fine, dry.
Who did I get for 3? I got no idea.
Shaker.
I got no idea what it is. It just comes out of me chilled videos on the channel, so.
Here, let's
Professor
learn about Calvin
Dave.
Coolidge.
He knows a lot about all kinds of stuff. Professor Dave explains.
John Calvin Coolidge Jr. ascended to the presidency upon the sudden death of Warren G. Harding in 1923. Elected in his own right in 1924, he gained a reputation as a small government conservative, yet one deeply committed to civil rights. Silent Cal Coolidge restored public confidence in the White House after the revelations of the Teapot Dome affair and other scandals of his predecessor's administration, and he left office with considerable popularity. Coolidge first gained prominence as governor of Massachusetts when the Boston police went on strike in the fall of 1919. Initially, Coolidge left the matter to local authorities, but the situation threatened to get out of hand once 3 out of every 4 policemen was on strike. Boston Police Chief Edwin Curtis, who had opposed the strike, was relieved by the mayor. Coolidge sent in the National Guard, reinstated Curtis, and personally took control of the police force, correctly anticipating that the public would support his position. Although he usually acted with deliberation, the Boston police strike gave Coolidge a national reputation as a decisive leader and strict enforcer of law and order. 6 decades later, President Ronald Reagan cited Coolidge's tough handling of striking Boston police when he fired striking air traffic controllers in 1981. Coolidge won re-election in a landslide, and he began attracting national attention. He was selected to be Warren Harding's running mate at the 1920 GOP convention, and the ticket won a decisive victory in the general election. Harding's sudden death thrust Coolidge into the presidency, and Silent Cal became known as a man of few words and a dry sense of humor. The most famous Coolidge story, possibly a myth, was that at a dinner party, a woman once said to him, "I made a bet that I could get more than 2 words out of you," to which Coolidge supposedly replied, "You lose." His silences were so famous that upon hearing of Coolidge's death, writer Dorothy Parker remarked, "How can they tell?" But Coolidge represented the hopes of the middle class, an all-American booster of Main Street values. He embodied the spirit of the times when he famously stated, "The chief business of the American people is business." After capably handling the mess left by Harding's scandals, Coolidge was nominated and easily won re-election. During his second term, the country experienced a period of rapid economic growth, known as the Roaring Twenties, and the stock market soared to record heights as Americans of every stripe saw investing as a way to secure wealth. Coolidge left the administration's economic policy to his Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover, who used the government to promote business and develop airlines and radio. Coolidge shunned regulation and demonstrated this with appointees to the Federal Trade Commission and Interstate Commerce Commission, who did little to restrict businesses they were supposed to supervise. Government regulations under Coolidge were practically non-existent. Ronald Reagan would later call Coolidge his favorite president of the 20th century, even though Coolidge's distrust of financial regulations helped cause the Wall Street crash and Great Depression of the 1930s. In foreign policy, the Coolidge administration oversaw the Dawes Plan, which handled loans to Germany so that it could pay reparations for World War I to countries that would in turn pay debts to the United States, thus locking the economies of these powers into one thread. There was also the Pact of Paris, whereby Germany, France, and the United States pledged not to use war to settle disputes. But Coolidge's stance on civil rights is his greatest legacy. He frequently spoke out against racial discrimination against African Americans and Native Americans. He signed legislation making all Native Americans citizens of the United States and was famously photographed in a tribal headdress. He also commissioned studies to improve programs for the Indian nations. In his statements on immigration and the rights of African Americans, Coolidge was passionate, articulate, and prophetic. Rights for blacks were just as sacred as those of any other citizen under the U.S. Constitution, and he declared that it was a public and a private duty to protect those rights. Most of his attempts at such legislation were filibustered by Southern Democrats, though during his tenure, the KKK lost much of the influence it had gained during the Wilson administration. Coolidge refuted the premise that America was a white man's country, writing in 1924, "Our Constitution guarantees equal rights to all our citizens, without discrimination on account of race or color. I have taken my oath to support that Constitution. It is the source of your rights and my rights, the source of the rights of all the people, whatever their belief or race." In a May 1926 speech delivered at Arlington to commemorate the U.S. military, Coolidge praised the linguistic, ethnic, and religious diversity of the population, citing it as an example of American exceptionalism. He spoke out against race hatred and religious intolerance, saying that engaging in such actions would be an injury to the country. "We are situated differently in this respect from any other country. All the other great powers have a comparatively homogeneous population, close kindred in race and blood and speech, and commonly little divided in religious beliefs. Our great nation is made up of the strong and virile pioneering stock of nearly all the countries of the world. We have a variety of race and language and religious belief. Race hatred, religious intolerance, and disregard of equal rights is a positive injury. It is in these eloquent statements of tolerance that silent Cal Coolidge speaks to us still." Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel for more tutorials. Support me on Patreon so I can keep making content. And as always, feel free to email me, ProfessorDaveExplains@gmail.com.
Can I put a thumbs down on that one?
Yeah, that wasn't exactly fascinating. Was it?
That wasn't very interesting, Dave. You've done better.
Ooh.
What's happening in the peanut gallery? They're all speaking.
We're counting in different languages. We were bored.
No wonder.
Sorry, Dave, but
yeah,
it was a quiet taste.
That one. Yeah, I guess you have to get into that subject.
If you're into American politics and that type of thing. We'll try to do better next time, Peanuts.
Yen po. Bye-bye.
So are we voting again, are we, Terry?
Yeah, I just typed it in.
Oh. Oh.
Who we're going to catch out. I'll allow at least 2 or 3 posts. That way I don't type out the wrong person. Oh, that was quick. Somebody was typing stuff out. Did I put? Oh, what happened? Didn't I?
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I know I haven't. I thought I typed it. I'm pressing enter and I'm going, oh. The colon goes Terry voting now. Well, no one voted a number unless colon wrote.
No, they're all being good. 1,
iOS.
2, 3.
I don't know what iOS is. Oh, we got ones and ones,
And one,
twos and two.
two,
Oh,
two.
two. Looks like
Two,
two's.
two.
Yeah, two's coming through. Who wins?
Terry Davis, look at my vote.
I can't see what's written. I'm
Look at
typing.
Carl's vote.
I'm typing.
He's not looking, Carl.
Oh,
They'll ignore him.
where's your vote, Carl? What about it?
Dad.
I vote for.
Because you're always ignoring him.
Oh, sorry, Carl. Oh. Real non-sec, I'll allow. How quick did real non-sec type 42 after I said stop voting? I didn't
It was
catch
pretty
that.
quick.
Well, okay, well I won't allow that one.
But then he's been an arse after that.
Yeah, but Zebulon. Sorry, Zebulon. And who else? Real non-sec 42. That's not counted as a vote. Oh, you were the first vote, Carl. Were you? Where?
The first time he's voted, maybe?
I don't know what he's... you're confusing, Carl. Okay, what was it? Number 2. 1, 2. Oh, okay, who we got? Oh, okay.
Hang on. Oh, get off, Doc.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this is good.
today I am bringing you the pinnacle of dumb. You have never seen stupid the likes of this. Facepalm protection will not be enough. I suggest you wrap yourself in mattresses and have medics on standby. This one is going to hurt. Before you start gnawing your own legs off in an effort to escape, I think I ought to point out that this channel is supported by patrons, so you can probably blame them. I greatly appreciate every single one of my patrons, including new patrons Eric Hare, Timo, Warren J, Cheesemondo, Brian A. Reid, Mr. Bozohead, Thomas B, Sven Arn Grimson, Andy Woods and Glenn Chapman, and my latest patron, Darksaber. Thank you all so very much. We're all probably becoming fairly immune to the level of stupid amongst the flat earthers. We got Nathan Oakley, who just resorts to his mute button and shouting. That's just bullying. We got people like Sleeping Warrior and his egg experiment and relative density disequilibrium. Then we have the strange thoughts of Phuket Word, none of which really makes sense. And of course, deeper down the rabbit hole, we got people like Dell spinning a football with a hose on it. You think these are all stupid? You ain't seen nothing yet. Most of you will have heard of Flat Earth Ozzie Jesus and his moon theory, where he believes that giants dug out the Grand Canyon and made an inflatable moon. Goodness knows what it was filled with, and that's his explanation for the moon. Actually, that explanation seems quite rational compared to what you're about to see. Well, I guess we're going to have to get stuck in. I can't delay this anymore. Be prepared for pain. The subject tonight is why you are an idiot. Now, he's a Bible literalist, and we've come across those before. You know, Noah's Ark really happened, the world, universe created in 7 days. All of that pretty much makes logical sense compared to what he's going to tell us tonight. I think we just need to get stuck in. Why you are an idiot. Roll VT.
Okay, so today I'm going to talk about something interesting that I've been looking into. And I pretty much have the answer, but I haven't talked about it because it's just so crazy.
Why you are an idiot. That's correct. It's just so crazy. It's the only sane thing you say in this video.
But I'm going to talk about it now. Okay? So we're going to talk about why the moon has those marks on this flat Earth.
Okay. I give in. You're going to tell us about the craters and the seas on the moon.
And I'm pretty sure a lot of people have a lot of speculation and all these things going on. I'm going to present my evidence for my case.
Not really speculation. Craters are caused by objects hitting the moon. It's as simple as that. But you've got some evidence for some other explanation? Go ahead.
So the first thing we're going to go over is anyone that's been on my channel and anyone that knows me for a while knows that I talk about the Titans.
Oh God, no. Look, don't worry. This is just background. The Titans aren't the explanation. Carry on, why you are an idiot.
How the women had sex with angels and they gave birth to Titans. Now, along with that comes Titan animals, which would be the corruption of all flesh. So we have a bunch of Titan creatures, horses, crocodiles.
Did you just say crocodiles?
Crocodiles, just they're huge. They're gigantic. And I have picture evidence of pretty much what I'm saying.
Not so much evidence. What you're showing is a mixture of fake edited photos and pareidolia, like these peppers. You see faces. You see things that aren't really there.
Now, here's where the interesting part is going to come. Why am I bringing up Titans when I'm talking about the moon? What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, do enlighten us, Guru Nutbar.
Well, I always say let's take religion literally.
Oh, good. Well, I hope you don't eat shellfish. I hope you don't wear clothes made of cloth from 2 threads. And I hope that you only beat your slaves hard enough that they die several days later and not immediately.
And let's take the story literally. And let's see if we can prove it the best we can.
Well, let's hope you can, although I don't hold up that much hope. Everyone, please bear with this. Your serving of pure dumb, purest dumb, will be coming soon.
So I'm going to read a verse from Norse mythology. Okay? So follow along with me.
Yes, you heard it right. Norse mythology. Although how you'll equate that with your Bible, I'm not really so sure. But let's listen to this little story. I'll speed it up a bit just to save time.
This is Finir. He is one of the ancient wolves of Norse mythology. We're going to be talking about him. So listen up. The Assyrian gods raised Finir themselves in order to keep him under their control, to prevent him from wreaking havoc throughout the 9 worlds. He grew at a very fast pace and very large. However, and eventually the troubled gods decided to chain him up. Their first 2 attempts were unsuccessful. While the cunning gods convinced Finir that it was only a game, a test of his strength, he broke through the chains easily. For their 3rd attempt, the gods had the dwarves forge the strongest chain ever built, which nevertheless gave the appearance of being very light and even soft to the touch. When the gods presented Finir with the 3rd attempt, he became suspicious, and he refused to be bound with it unless one of the gods would stick his or her hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith. Only Tyre was brave enough to do this, knowing that it would mean the loss of his hand. And for sure enough, when Finir found himself unable to break free of his bonds, he ripped Tyre's hand off from his arm. He would break free during Ragnarok, and he would run throughout the earth with his jaws open, devouring everything in his path.
Oh, and that's basically the story. An old Norse mythology story. Very interesting, very entertaining. But
let's take religion literally, like I always say.
Well, frankly, I don't really care what you say. And why should we take religion literally? And which religion? Because you'll find that they're at odds with each other.
And let's take it into account. And let's see what we can prove.
Well, this will be interesting, as no religion has been proven ever.
Now, in several of my videos already, I've already proved that Titans exist. Not just giants and Titans, but Titan animals also.
No, me old mucker. In several of your videos, you've made some wild, lame-ass claims.
I'm going to show you something.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Here is a ball.
Now remember, I have given everybody fair face palm protection warning. Be prepared.
Now, the ball doesn't look like much, right? It just looks like a regular ball. Well, this ball right here was chewed on by a dog.
Okay.
That's why it has those little marks over here. Just take a look at these marks. Okay? Nice and close. Take a look at them.
Red alert, red alert, red alert, red alert.
You should all get prepared now.
And tell me what it looks like. So, what is the conclusion that I'm coming to?
Go on then, tell us.
That the story is true. That when the Titans were on the Earth, there was a Titan wolf named Fenrir. And he grew to immense sizes. My guess is he at least grew to one of those mountain-sized Titans that we see in the pictures. And he was actually able to somehow jump up or somehow run up and actually chew on the moon.
What you talking about, Willis?
So those things we call craters are bite marks. They are literal bite marks. Those marks that you see on the moon are all from biting and scratching and tossing and turning the moon around and chewing on it on this flat Earth.
You chuffing idiot. I have never, ever seen anything so damn stupid in all my life. Oh, man. Oh. What the hell are you playing at? You're going to get yourself locked up.
Now, if you have something else to show me that can disprove what I'm saying, be my guest. Show me. I want to see. You know, I'm okay with being wrong.
You're okay being wrong? Well, that's just as well, because I have never ever heard of anyone being more wrong than you. And that includes when Abraham Lincoln said, "I'm bored. Wouldn't it be a good idea if we went out and took in a show?"
Just let me know. But you have to prove your case first.
Why you are an idiot. You have just single-handedly won the internet. You are crowned DFOTY for every year from now on. There's been a run in our supermarkets for toilet paper. I suspect that nobody will be able to buy any dumb either because you've got it all stockpiled. You are the biggest fail I've ever seen. The most stupid and ridiculous thing. I'm going to give up. I'm going to close my channel down, and I suspect all the other debunkers will as well, because we're never going to find stupid of a higher quality than you've just shown us today. Man, that's bad. That is so bad. I'm going to go and hit my head against a wall. It will be more enjoyable than looking at more of this stupidity. Until next time, everybody please stay safe and stay sensible.
Shut up.
Gotta love Mr. Sensible.
Right.
I've got no words.
I've got a few words.
Have you?
Yeah, I've got some, Terry, but you don't like them here.
No. Do you want me to mute myself? Okay.
No, I mean, right. I mean, he mentioned the words Norse mythology. The clues in the name, myth. In other words, it's not true. I'm like the dictionary term for mythology, a collection of myths, especially one belonging to a particular religious or cultural tradition. The study of myths. And the
Yeah, he
word
might have
myth,
thought a myth is when you throw a dart at a board and it goes on the wall.
Oh, he missed.
No, Terry, it's a woman that hasn't been married yet.
Yeah, myth.
Oh,
Right,
myth.
yeah, myth.
Yeah, okay.
Ah,
That's
myth.
another myth. Yeah, that's another myth.
It's a widely held but false belief or idea. You know, I mean, oh god. The question really is, why is he an idiot, not why are you an idiot?
And also, did he think he might have missed the boat?
Yeah, missed the boat. He definitely is missed the boat.
Muted myself. If he believes in the Bible and Christianity and all that, why the hell is he believing in some other gods? That I don't get.
Do you want us to give you a logic? Do you want us to give you a logical answer for an illogical person?
Yes, please.
Yeah, exactly. I know what Pip's saying. You know,
because he's an equal. He's an equal opportunity religionist type person.
What?
Yeah, one of them.
Religionist.
Yeah, one of them. Yeah.
One of them.
You're allowed to make up words.
Hang on. Oh, well, you have to for something like that.
He's an equal opportunities idiot.
Yeah. 1 minute
So
debunk
he's
says I can prove him wrong. Prove that I can't.
So he's a Christian who believes in one God. So he's talking about Norse mythology, who believed in several gods.
That's
like
just
it's
what
just
I
Pip
said.
was saying. Exactly. Yeah, I was just
So many
expanding on what you said, Pip.
So many.
Hey, Darkman.
Pantheon.
I told you 1 minute debunk. You can come in here and give me your 1 minute debunk of him.
No, he's got to download Zoom and he can't.
Oh, he can't. Oh, he's not that clever.
God, a silly Billy.
Why can't you download 1 minute Zoom 1 minute debunk?
Oh, it's too complicated.
Too complicated for him.
Because it takes longer than a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Adam's saying you just don't get it, guys. He's something on his example of what he makes one an idiot. It's in the name.
He's showing on an example what is making one an idiot. It's in the name.
I mean, he says he's already proved Titans exist, so there you go. I mean, unfortunately, that word doesn't mean what he thinks it means.
So if he's proved Titans exist, does that mean Ross Thatcher's right? And it's not it's not a chewed on ball. It means it's all that dirt that's come out of the Grand Canyon.
His proof of that Titans existed, right? And this is why he calls everybody idiots, because he can't understand why people won't accept it as evidence, is basically anything that remotely looks like an animal that's like a giant rock, right? And you see, like you saw some of them in the video there, some of them are like shapes of elephants, and it's a bit strange because some of them can be miles wide and some of them are like maybe like 50 meters across or something like that. So there's lots of elephants of all kinds of different sizes of the same creature.
He's the same guy that saw like, and I'll use the word the phrase quite loosely, but you know, like heart-shaped rocks, and said that they were giants' hearts and stuff.
That's the one. That's him.
Yeah.
Yep. They're very same.
And giants for JJs and things as well.
Yeah.
In caves.
Yeah, because apparently the piece of rock that they found looked a little bit like a human heart.
Oh no, Professor Phil, haven't you met Ross?
No, just forget those words,
A
Professor Phil.
countryman of yours too.
Don't even go there. It's
No, you want
It's a
to
dangerous
break your
rabbit hole.
brain.
No, Ross, yeah.
If you want to break your brain,
Ross is flat Earth Aussie Jesus. Don't just leave him alone.
Professor Phil, we just like you to remain the smart man you are. If you really get to Ross Thatcher, you
what
won't
is that
be smart
clicking?
anymore,
Are you
trust me.
knitting, Pip? I mean,
I was wondering what she's doing.
Are you knitting?
Sorry. No.
She's clicking a pen.
She is. She's knitting.
I was actually clicking the on-off switch on my vape battery, which just died.
Is that what that noise was?
I thought you were knitting. I thought you were knitting or crocheting there for a minute.
Or cutting somebody's hair.
Yeah, or
You're supposed
cutting
to press it
someone's
like
hair,
5 times to get it to come on, and it's not coming on. So
Why have you
I'm
just pressed it
telling you
about
now.
500 times?
I know, because it's not coming on.
Try charging it, Pip.
It's charged. It's fully charged.
Is
Was you gonna give up after
is this
1,000?
female logic?
Yeah, I know, it
Is
must
this
be.
female
Shut up, or I'll
logic?
just
It
keep
must
you
be.
shut up, innit?
If I keep pressing it enough, it might come on.
Yeah. And then
Does-
fling it against the wall, and that might help too.
It's
Does
like
the battery
it's
come
like
out
the
of
lights.
yours?
It's like the light switch. The light doesn't come on the first time. You turn it off and then turn it back on again. You think it's going to come back on the second time?
Yeah. Of course it does.
Or the 50th time, or the 500th
Yeah.
time.
Yep.
Pip, can you pull the battery out of yours?
Oh yeah, it's just a screw on. Let's let the pen vape
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Oh, it's
pull
a
the battery
kid-proof
out.
one. It's a kid-proof one. She can't get into
Pull
it.
the battery out and then put the battery back in.
I'll have a go. I mean, get some
You need a tool for that.
What's a TV remote? You take the batteries out,
pliers.
you turn
Yes,
them
I've
and
got
then-
pliers somewhere.
Yeah, you rotate the batteries around. Usually something will work.
That's it. And then 6 months later, it'll pack up.
Or maybe it
completely.
Yeah.
All right, I bought a new one. It's just because it's lying there. No, it actually doesn't come out of this one.
It's just his name,
Ben.
Professor Phil. Just his name. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. It's just a handle he uses.
He's completely and utterly out there.
Jesus lives in Perth.
He's out there, all right. He's so far out there. A P1000 couldn't even see him.
Mind you, if you get him into a chat and you don't talk about Flat Earth or any of
And like for
any other
like
of
for a
the
12, 15 hour conversation we had.
you can actually have a half decent conversation with him for a very long time. Just don't bring up any of the conspiracies, and he's fine. But the moment that comes out,
What happened out in the peanut gallery?
Everybody voted.
You.
It all gone.
Go get him, Terry.
Oh, well, look at them all. Look at them all. Everywhere. I don't think we're going to have anyone left to vote.
That's everyone doing our
You can't time them out all of the time.
Why?
Why not? Because it's funny.
I can't think of a reason, actually, Pete, to be fair.
It's all part of the game. It's all part of the game.
Yeah, I can't think of a decent
one
reason
more.
why not, so yeah,
Zebulon,
whatever.
I've already got you once. You're glutton for punishment. That's it. That's
Sorry,
everybody.
Peanut Gallery. I did try to persuade him not to do it, but I can't think of a reason for them not to do it. So
with all your
try,
effort,
sorry.
you tried.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah.
That was a lot of effort. Okay,
Yeah, it was a lot of
4, 3,
effort.
4, 1,
yeah.
2, 1. Oh, one wins. And one wins. Stop voting now.
So what does the UK do when they don't appoint a new prime minister, a deputy prime minister, and the prime minister gets coronavirus?
It can still work.
He's still working.
In fact, if they all stopped working tomorrow, the whole country's going to run a lot better.
Is that a number Phil just voted after I said to stop voting?
Yes, he said 3.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's usually
Phil.
the Chancellor is considered the deputy prime minister unless there's a coalition.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And after that is the Home Secretary, and after that I don't know who it is, whoever they appoint.
Right, who's our Chancellor now then? Because I don't know any of these.
Not a clue.
Oh,
Do you want us to send over our Prime Minister? You can have him.
No, thanks.
Go on. We don't want him back.
Well,
we have to keep him. That's part of the rules.
We've already got one clown. We don't need another.
Sorry, you'll never make it through. You'll never make it through. Sorry, we'll just turn them around and send them back again.
Yeah, haven't you heard? We're in lockdown.
Yeah. Well, sort of lockdown. Lockdown-ish.
Yeah, lockdown-ish.
Lockdown light.
Stay the F at home, people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stay at home. Wash your hands.
Bibbit, please. Bibbit goes, please take him. Please.
No.
If he's that bloody good, you keep him.
Oh no, he's done so much
he's
good
not
stuff
good.
for our country.
Exactly.
We want to share him around. Let everyone have a go.
No. You. If he's that good, you need to keep hold of him. I mean, we'd like to get rid of ours because he's shit.
So how about Monday through Wednesday? Give us a break.
On a timeshare basis.
Yeah, see, if we do it right, he's going to always be on a plane.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday.
Well, the nearest best country is New Zealand. Send him over there. That's quite close by.
They can't handle him. They've got they have earthquakes and stuff. They've got their own problems.
Yeah, no,
It'll be too cold here for him anyway. So.
Listen, we need to try it out there. New Zealand's good, you know. Thank you for the offer, though. Thank you for the offer.
9 o'clock here says that the rate things are going. He'll be
I was just about to read that.
I'll vote 9 o'clock here. I'll vote him for Prime Minister. No problem.
I'll vote for him too.
Yeah, what's your policy? 9 o'clock.
Policy of what?
On anything, food,
on anything,
money, jobs.
All politicians will live on the base rate. The base rate of the state pension.
And OAP pension.
I reckon they should get food vouchers.
minimum wage. To give them
minimum wage.
I reckon they should live off vouchers.
Yeah. That's a good point.
The minimum wage and no expenses.
You can imagine that as soon as you became a poly, the first thing you had to do was not use any of your own cash, and you had to live off the state government grant.
Oh, look at that, whiskey for all.
Yay! As long as it's not Scotch.
Yeah, you got my vote. 9 o'clock. Definitely got my vote.
Can I press play?
Can you include rum in that as well, though? Please, 9 o'clock. I'd like rum as well.
Prosecco.
Play.
Okay.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and in this video, we're going to be talking about the actual scientific reasons for why it seems that it's true that men are more likely to unfortunately die younger. And this is something that we've recently discovered and genetically confirmed. So let's talk a little bit more about this unusual discovery, and welcome to What the Math. So good news, ladies. You're definitely going to be living much longer than us. And this is something that's definitely scientific and has recently been shown in many different species. But let's take a step back and talk about what this all means. And first of all, if you're to look at the list of life expectancy around the world, you'll discover a very unusual pattern. In every single country, no matter what the culture is, no matter what the structure of the family is, and pretty much no matter any other factor, you'll discover that on average, women do live longer, approximately 5 years or so. And this seems to be true for countries where there is war, there is no war, or even in countries where it's technically kind of more or less equal in terms of gender equality. And although stereotypically we usually explain this because men tend to be risk takers and because men tend to be the ones going to war and essentially, well, you know, dying for the country, they're also more likely the ones to pick up unusual bad habits such as smoking, drinking, or any other risk-taking behavior such as, I guess, walking in the forest with a backpack? Okay, definitely not the best stock footage I could find. Here's something better. Reckless, dangerous driving. Well, anyway, you get the idea. Men seem to take more risks. At least stereotypically speaking. And this is why we always thought maybe that's actually why the life expectancy is much lower. But various cross-generation and cross-cultural studies keep finding almost the opposite. It doesn't seem to actually predict anything in regards to culture or behavior. Age does seem to be more genetic. And the scientists who published this paper relatively recently may have finally found the answer. It's a lot more genetic than we originally thought, and the answer is a lot simpler than we thought. It really has a lot more to do with genetic repairability and thus ability to maintain healthier body. And to try to establish the relationship between genes and longevity, they actually investigated a lot of different animals. Some relatively similar to us, others a lot more primitive and a lot simpler. And the goal was really simple, to find a genetic relationship between longevity and what you would call genetically gender. Specifically, they wanted to see if the, for example, XX chromosomes that women get and XY chromosomes can actually correlate with the longevity. And as you can probably tell, yes they can. And the reasons seem to be really simple. And we currently refer to this as the unguarded X chromosome hypothesis. The idea here is that in most species, there are usually either two similar chromosomes, like for example for humans this would be XX, which would make it a female, or an X chromosome with a smaller Y chromosome, which would turn this into male. In other words, a lot of species seem to have this pattern. It's not always X and Y. For example, for chickens and other birds, the system is a little bit different. And there are also species where the actual gender and chromosomes are kind of reversed, whereas basically the male gets two chromosomes and the female gets one shorter and one longer one. But in a nutshell, this is the first step in trying to understand what's happening here. So when an animal has two same genes, it's a lot more likely to be able to repair it. And although generally our genes have a lot of ways of repairing themselves already, having two copies of a chromosome is yet another layer on top of that to help protect genetic code even more. And it seems that because women have two X genes, they're a lot less likely to suffer from various types of genetic disorders, and more specifically from essentially aging in general. But to confirm this idea, just looking at humans was unfortunately not enough. There are still a lot of different other things, and here we're talking about cultural differences and gender role differences that could technically explain the discrepancy between male and female age. And so to confirm this, the scientists behind this paper looked at over 200 different species, and they analyzed their genes as well. And this of course confirms the hypothesis. Every single animal that had two genes, even in those species where it's actually reverse roles, so basically males get two genes and females don't, the overall effects were quite similar or even more dramatic. A good example of this are things like moths and butterflies. Here, the actual genders are reversed, so the male gets two genes, whereas the female moth usually gets one shorter and one longer. And male moths live much longer than female moths. And it's exactly the same for birds. Here you can see that the rooster has ZZ gene and the chicken has ZW. And roosters do live much longer than chickens, even though their behavior for the most part is a lot more risk-taking and aggressive. Roosters are the ones doing all the fighting. And the main explanation here is that even if you get some kind of a genetic disorder in one of your chromosomes, for females the other chromosome takes over and repairs all of the damage. For males, however, if they get damage in either X or Y chromosome, that's kind of it. The genetic code will start getting a lot more errors and slowly deteriorate, causing a lot more various disorders. And when it comes to aggressive behavior as an explanation, there are certain species that actually have similar genes, but the opposite aggressive behavior. One example is spiders. Certain spiders do possess aggressive females and very docile males that basically are trying to survive. And in those cases, even though females are more aggressive and are more likely to take risks, they do seem to still live much longer. And unfortunately, there were no exceptions to this rule. So basically, having, I guess, an official backup to your gene is really important for longevity. Whereas for males that do only have one copy of their gene, unfortunately this becomes a problem long term. And scarily enough for males, the difference in a lot of species was up to about 17% on average. In other words, if we were to consider average life to be 100 years, women would live approximately 17 years more. There were however some differences, like for example for moths and other species where the roles are reversed, the differences were not as dramatic. Female moths only lived about 7% shorter than males, whereas for other species the differences were even more dramatic, up to 21% difference. So this is where genetics really play a big role compared to other differences like for example gender roles. Even if women were the ones going to war, men would still very likely live much shorter. And furthermore, they also discovered that the actual lifespan differences were actually correlated with the length differences between the X and Y or other chromosomes. So the more difference there was, the more likely the females would live longer. Which is once again great news for women who can now start taking a lot more risks and will still live longer than us guys. But anyway, I'm not really jealous. It's just interesting. It's really interesting. And it's something you can read by yourself from the link in the description below. So, in a nutshell, genetics do play a much bigger role in longevity than we thought. And this is, I guess, something that shouldn't really come as a surprise. We've always expected that. But anyway, on that note, that's all I wanted to mention in this video. Hopefully you learned a little bit more about genetics and about yourself as well. But in some of the future videos, we'll come back and talk a little bit more about what we've discovered in the last few months. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about sciences, space, and, of course, biology, and come back tomorrow to learn something you may have not known before. You can also support this channel on Patreon, and it does help me quite a lot, and alternatively, you can buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt that I'm wearing right now as well, and feel wonderful every day. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Anton.
Bye.
No comment?
No.
No?
Typical. Complain.
You gotta love a bit of Anton.
I have a complaint.
Oh no.
What's your complaint, sheeple?
No, I'm just kidding.
I thought he was going to get exciting then. Thought it was going to be a fight between you and Terry, perhaps, or something. I don't know.
Oh, Robert, eh?
Keep
And now
us
you don't
around.
give us the explanation.
Keep us entertained.
Walking around with that T-shirt on, and the guy's like, "Is that your boyfriend? Did he make you that shirt?" It's just like, no.
Casual, you want to hear me? You want to hear me fight? That'll be the day.
Okay. No, you're not that way inclined.
I might shock you one day. I might swear and argue and debate somebody.
Go on.
I said one day.
One day. Yeah, do it. Lose your rag with somebody like I did once, twice.
3 times maybe.
Yeah, once in particular. Some of you witnessed it.
Yeah.
I know you've been on the prowl for a fight sometimes, itching for an argument.
Yeah, I think I was that day as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're itching for a fight, what better person to pick on, though, isn't it? You know, Chemo.
Correct.
Can't think of anybody better.
It was good. He's still very outspoken. That's the word I'd say. I mean,
yeah.
Someone's father passed away the other day, and he's like, "So what? So what? Everybody dies every day. What?"
Yeah.
It's like there's a guy in the chat. You know,
did we let Big Blue in without an avatar?
Oh, I think.
Now,
God's always got an excuse.
Now, when he comes in without an avatar, how are we going to play this?
I see the avatar. I see it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's all right. He just it's all right. I fixed him up last time. All he has to do is hit his camera button and cover his camera up.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Blue.
Hi, Blue.
I can turn his camera off, but I can't turn his camera on.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. I want to fix it right though. I'll be back.
You sure?
Yeah.
Positive.
I'm positive.
Oh,
You
well, that's
sure?
favouritism. Are you sure? So you don't have to get another time. If it's anybody else, especially me, you'd be like, no, get out.
No.
No.
I am booting myself. I'll be back.
Casual. Stop up playing this. You wouldn't even get let in if you didn't have an avatar.
Yeah,
that's
true. I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's true.
You didn't get in to make an excuse. You just get go away, come back later.
Yeah, exactly.
Something regressed.
I think the same applies to you, Peter, as well.
Me? Yeah. Oh, it depends. It depends if I come in with the if I've got the Terry's favourite dress and the high heels and stuff on, he'll still let me in.
Oh, that image every time.
I know. It's really not an image you want in your head, is it? Peter in stockings.
Awesome,
It doesn't.
Who said anything about stockings?
High heels then. Could have sworn you said stockings as well as high heels.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look, somebody's at the door.
Unless you got great calves.
Who would that be?
That's fixed.
Who would that be knocking at the door?
I've got awesome calves.
Oh, it's Big Blue. Hi, Big Blue.
No,
How quick can he fix himself like that? But you have problems, Casual.
Oh, Casual. Shots fired.
When did I last have problems? I've had problems like that for ages.
It's been a while. Every update.
Been a while.
Every update, they'll come back.
Yeah.
I got to figure out why I'm not staying signed in. It used to work just fine. The thing was always signed into Zoom, but now for some reason or the other, it doesn't do it.
Yeah,
I have to go and sign in every time.
it's like it signs you in to the point your password's right there, and you just have to sign in. It's like, what's the point if I have to just hit the sign in?
You could always copy and paste the link into your Zoom app. That'll work too,
That's
wouldn't it?
weird.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just copy the link and then paste it into the app, and then that's it.
Me
done.
too.
So, make sure I'm signed in.
I go to Zoom US and then just sign in there, and then come over and hit the link, and everything's fine.
Yeah.
That's the same way I do it, Blue.
Yeah. I guess I'll just start doing it that way, since this thing's going to be obnoxious.
Yeah, copy paste. Don't click the link.
I thought you had it downloaded, so when you open it up on your desktop or wherever you've got Zoom, it'll open up to that white page, and it goes join meeting or whatever, and you copy and paste in there.
Yeah, I thought I did too, but something's gone wrong with it. I'll fiddle with it.
Okay.
See what's going on.
Oh, well, we're ready for We're ready for voting again.
First Death's got it right. NASA's hacked Big Blue.
About hacked. Oh my god.
So nobody vote yet. You should know by now.
What are you on about? Big Blue is NASA.
Get ready for it.
Uh-uh.
Ready for it.
Oops.
No, they're right. They can post. Death. I hadn't typed now yet.
Looked them up a while ago.
See, Lindsay knows what's going on. Death, you can't vote until I type now.
Oh, he has now. Now, vote now. Oh, Death's been typed.
1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2 wins.
Two wins.
So that's how you delay death. Is that how you delay death, Terry?
Let's see now if I write stop voting now, and anyone that votes after this, give it a second.
You've just got to remember, you say it, Terry, and then 20 seconds later they hear it.
Yeah, I know.
So if you type it,
No, the typing. There's.
I can't help it if there's a time delay, but that time delay works. And I say stop voting. See, look, there you go. You can't vote. See, time out.
Yeah,
time out. There we go. Right, back to what we did.
2.
What number up to?
2.
Oh, this is the best one, Terry. This one.
Oh my God! That was the last one you said.
Look, it's a law of averages. I'll get it right in the end.
It might not.
Yeah. The first one came on. I said it was a sensible decision.
And my favourite nagger can't help herself.
Simon Dan.
Hey! Spoiler alert.
All right, we'll go with that one. That can be my favorite.
Are you sure?
You sure?
The next one.
You sure?
The next one though. The next one's a ripper. I tell you what.
only 5 things he says. I think there's probably more than 5 that they can't explain.
I haven't found anything they can't explain.
Exactly.
As I said to Flat Earth the other day, I said, "Should we go over the things that you can explain?" And it's like, "Yeah, okay." I said, "Now let's start with the things you can't explain. It'll be easier."
Yeah. Play.
Oh, having a drink.
Oh, sorry.
Play and drink.
Always coming up with new theories and reasons for already well-known natural phenomena. They seem to think that it's okay to just make stuff up in order for things to suit their narrative. Well, there are some things that they absolutely cannot explain whatsoever. And today, we're going to take a look at a few of those. This is 5 things Flat Earthers can't explain. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Yes, a slight change of pace today as we put the Flat Earth commentary to the side for 1 week and give them a stern reality check regarding things that they've got absolutely no clue about. I have carefully selected 5 phenomena which I believe would give even the most skilled flat earther some trouble. And we're going to start with lunar eclipses. Now, flat earthers spend a lot of time talking about the moon and focus on its light properties quite a bit. When it comes to lunar eclipses though, I have never, in all of my time doing this, heard of an explanation as to how a lunar eclipse happens that even the most gullible flat earther would believe. They simply have nothing. Now granted, they make a lot of videos regarding what they think is wrong with lunar eclipses, but this is a pointless exercise because lunar eclipses do happen. You can witness them and photograph them. How do they explain the circular shadow cast by the Earth onto this lunar eclipse composite, for example? They can't. Now, I've heard explanations for a solar eclipse. They simply say that the moon in their model passes beneath the sun, but when it comes to the physical processes that cause lunar eclipse, the flat earthers are found wanting. So, a full explanation please guys for not only how the process occurs, but what exactly is causing the shadow on the moon and why does it turn red? I know why it turns red, but I'll be very interested to hear your thoughts. Right, off to a flyer, and the second thing on our list is tides. Now, we obviously have a very thorough and conclusive explanation for the tides, with gravity being a main reason. As flat earthers don't think that gravity is a thing, then I'd be very keen to hear their reasoning for what causes the tides. What are the mechanics of them? Why do they occur? Again, this is something I have not heard explained very well at all by flat earthers. Here's an old video of mine with Phuket Word trying to have a go.
So this means that millions of tons of water is being shifted, and we are told that this is because of the moon's gravitational pull on the Earth. But the high and low tides are occurring 4 times a day, with the moon going overhead just once a day in any given location.
Now, what I really would be interested in is their reasoning for why there are different tidal ranges at different locations. Let me explain further. Now, as we all know, one of the things that flat earthers say regularly is that water does not curve and that it finds its level. Now, if that truly is the case, how do you explain that the tidal range in the Bristol Channel is 12 to 14 metres? And yet the tidal range in Delaware Bay on the other side of the Atlantic is only 1.5 metres. Or even a simple explanation as to why the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean do not sit at the same level either. All of that explained with one theory would be lovely, please, flat earthers. Thank you. Next up, we're going to take a look at the planets. I have personally seen with my own eyes in detail 4 planets through my telescope. Here is a photo I took of Jupiter. Now, of course, flat earthers may have an explanation for the planets themselves, fine, but what about their retrograde motion? Mars, for example, spends time moving in one direction in the sky, and then for a couple of months it will loop back round and start travelling in the opposite direction, and then loop back and carry on the way it was going before. Now, the explanation for this isn't immediately simple, but it is wonderful proof that we both orbit the Sun. You see, it is the very fact that we orbit the Sun at all that this retrograde motion happens. Mars travels across our sky each night because we're both moving around the Sun. However, as we start to catch up with Mars and pass it by, because of our closer orbit, Mars appears to move backwards across the sky each night. Then as we pass it and Mars continues on, it travels back the way it did before. Now, all of this is quite impossible for flat earthers because according to them, we don't orbit anything and the planets aren't even real. So, what even is Mars in the sky? It's quite visible at certain times when it isn't behind the Sun. Why does it move in different directions compared to the backdrop of stars? And what powers it? It is a phenomena that you can witness. I'm all ears on that one. Silence, I see. Okay, perhaps you can fare better with the next one. The sun. And more specifically, how it generates heat. The sun is obviously a topic that is much discussed amongst flat earthers. However, I often hear them say we don't know how big it is, we don't know how far away it is, but we know it's not 93 million miles. We don't know what powers it, we don't know what keeps it up in the sky, we don't know if it is even a physical object, etc, etc. With all due respect to flat earthers, what do you know about it? It's bright? We have well-developed and logical proofs that show exactly what the sun is. We've studied it in great detail and have scientific evidence for its distance, without assuming a globe Earth, its temperature, its composition and its interior mechanics. Now what I want to know from you flat earthers is, in your made-up little world, what exactly generates the heat that you feel on your face when you stand outside in the sun? You all cite thermodynamics regularly, so you must stand by these laws and understand that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred. So, how does the sun generate heat? Where does that energy come from? And how is it propagated? Answers on a postcard for that one, please. Right, on to our last one, and this one is an absolute flat earth killer for those that believe in the disc, which most of them do. Now, even if they don't believe this, and they've got no map, it still asks a lot of questions of those people, and it involves the southern pole stars. This one is a simple one, and all I require is one simple answer. If three people stood in Australia, South Africa and Chile and they were all looking due south, how in the blue blazes are they all seeing the exact same stars? Because let me assure you, they absolutely do. Think about that one for a minute, flat earthers. Take all the time you need and then sink to your knees as your little made-up world falls apart around your ears. Wow, what a massacre. If any of you flat earthers would be interested in having a go at answering my 5 questions or 5 things you can't explain, I'll be very interested to hear the answers that you can give for them. If you know any flat earthers, send in this video, get them to answer, and then if you can, get their responses and send them back to me. If by some miraculous reason flat earthers send in a video which they think answers all 5 questions, which is highly unlikely, I do have a part 2, so watch this space. Right, that wraps up another Flat Earth Friday for this week. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed it, then please do like and subscribe. I'll be thoroughly appreciative. Remember, on April the 1st, the Simon Dan Show begins with a 6-episode season. I have been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday, where we will be once again lifting the lid. See you then.
Can't hear you.
Oops, sorry panel, you were muted.
Yes, Terry did time the panel out.
When does he not time the panel out? Or the peanut gallery, I should say.
No, we're the panel. They're the peanut gallery. Get it right.
Yeah, I got confused. Sorry.
It's all right.
Sometimes I'm a peanut.
Happens to the best of us.
We're here. We're just being very, very quiet.
Shh! I'm hunting rabbits.
Very, very quiet.
It's duck season.
It's almost
Black swan. Black
No.
swan.
No.
Oh, stop bloody mentioning that. Bloody bollocks.
I told you I'd see
Considering
a
it wasn't-
duck.
Considering it wasn't a bloody black swan event in the first place.
Quack quack. It's a dead duck, is what it is.
Swans don't quack.
I know, but Terry said it was just a duck. You said he only saw a duck.
It's a duck.
There tends to be lots of hissing.
Yeah.
The peanut panel.
Peanut panel, yeah.
I didn't coin the phrase, Stewie. That was that casual space head over there.
Yeah. What phrase? What?
You said peanut panel.
No, I didn't say peanut panel.
Oh,
Irish Stew said peanut panel.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
Oh dear. I've got to just quickly show this if it's all right, Terry. I'll just be a second.
Is it Is it adult friendly?
Yeah, of course it is. It's me. It's not the other person.
Oh, I've got.
It's only because of what Blue just said.
Oh, I've got two interesting videos. The last two. Oh, what do we got? Shh, I'm hunting ether buddies. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, very, very quiet.
I'm hunting Travis.
I was always wondering whether Blue wore shoes or not.
As if he's hunting rabbits.
I'm hunting Travises.
You see how well his premiere went yesterday?
How did it go?
I think his maximum viewer count at any one time was 4.
How many?
4, I think.
Oh, jeez.
How many subs has he got now?
I have no idea.
5.
A damn sight more than that.
3 less.
Oh, speaking of subs, I have an announcement.
Really?
Really? Oh.
As of this morning, Blue Marble Science has 5.17K, and that's a kind of a random number until you realize that Ranty has 5.16K.
Oh!
Hey.
You had a Ranty now. Yay!
So Ranty, if you're listening, is this a proper enough channel for you?
I remember that.
Remember that when he asked somebody if I had a proper channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So ever since then, I've been looking forward to the day that I could shove that up his ass.
Well, I'm not far behind you, Blue. I've got 464 subscribers.
You're right there. Oh, right there, buddy.
I'm trying to remember who it was that's been waiting to get ahead of Sleeping Warrior. So,
I passed Sleeping Warrior a while back, but
I think it might have been. I think it was Mr. Sensible turned around because Sleeping Warrior said he wouldn't come on the channel because he didn't want to advertise for Mr. Sensible.
Sleeping Warriors at 4,590 at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky that I've had Bob the Science Guy and Where's Wally shield my channel live on their show, so I've still got to thank Bob in person for that, which I haven't got a chance to.
There you go. 9 o'clock Heroes just confirmed it was Mr. Sensible.
Yeah.
Who am I going to catch out?
Sensible's got really great production.
Yeah, It's he does an absolutely fantastic job.
Oh, look at that! That just kicked in.
No, his number's below in mine, Terry.
No, it was above in mine. He voted for, but that's not that's not even a vote.
It was A or B.
Yeah, that's right. It was A. Oh, I can't retract Truth Stands Alone. Sorry.
BBBA.
BBBA.
A B. B.
4 Bs, 5 Bs.
Yay.
Right, here we go.
A. And however you pronounce that thing.
A. B-win, stop voting.
Zebulon's on my side. He's keeping tally.
Oh, C4 voted after you said stop
C4,
voting.
No. Sorry, C4.
He's doing double Bs.
Well, he was talking about something different.
Oh.
Double Bs. Not
Oh,
much
was
behind
he?
book.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, C4. I didn't know what context. I didn't know what context that was in.
Robert X says, "Don't be a dick."
The chat's buzzing now.
Bees, buzz.
The chat's buzzing now.
Mip it straight into it. Press play, please.
Look, I tell
Alright,
a joke.
honey.
I tell a joke, and only one person laughs.
I got it.
I laugh, sort of. Inside.
Press play, honey.
There's no video up yet.
Hello, Uncovers.
Oh,
This is Anton, and this is
Anton. Wait.
Yes.
We got another Anton again. Yeah, but I got one more good one after this.
That must be the one I'm waiting for.
More Anton.
More
Where's
Anton.
he from, by the way? Is he
the
Russian
single
or?
day on our planet.
I think he's
No,
Russian, but he lives in Seoul.
Yeah.
And it takes approximately 24 hours, but in the past it was actually much shorter. We've known about this for quite a while, but the new evidence suggests that right before the dinosaurs went extinct, approximately 70 million years ago, the single Earth day was about 23.5 hours. So let's talk a little bit more about this discovery, and welcome to the Math. You might have already heard that at some point in the past, Earth was actually spinning much faster. As a matter of fact, approximately 4 to 3 billion years ago, a single day on our planet was probably around 6 hours or so. Now, we don't have the exact evidence just yet, and we don't really know exactly how long the Earth day was, mostly because we don't have any samples to prove that the Earth day was that short. But we do have samples, including the more recently discovered one, to show us that the Earth day did actually slow down over time. Now, first of all, why is it that the Earth rotation is slowing down and is actually going to be even slower in the future? Well, to answer this, we have to add another object, the Moon. As you may already know, the Moon is tidally locked to our planet, meaning that this will always face the planet and the other side will always be invisible to us. And this is essentially how all of the bodies want to spin around one another, because this allows us for the most efficient energy transfer. Our planet, however, is not tidally locked, because it's more massive, approximately 81.3 times more massive. And because of this mass difference, it will actually take Earth a lot longer to reach the so-called tidal lock. We believe that it might actually never even happen because the Moon is slowly moving away from our planet. And all of this is actually connected. So because the Moon is kind of trying to slow down our planet, it's trying to tidally lock our planet to itself as well, it's basically causing the tidal effect to slow down the rotation of the Earth. And as this happens, the energy from the rotation of our planet is being slowly transferred to the Moon. And this causes the Moon to actually slowly move farther and farther away. The current estimates suggest that the Moon is moving away from Earth approximately 3.8 centimeters per year, or about 1.5 inches. And so eventually it might even completely disappear from the orbit of the planet and become its own object. But that's not really the point of the video. The point is that Earth is slowing down. And although we knew about this theoretically and from some of the other samples, it's always good to have even more proof of this unusual feature. And the new proof comes from this right here. This is the sample of so-called rudist clam, which is actually an extinct species that existed and thrived in the age of the dinosaurs. It was one of the more successful species in the water. And rudists back then actually were responsible for producing most of the corals. And you might know already that corals and coral reefs, at least today, are exceptionally important for the marine ecology and for the survival of various species. Today, corals are produced by what's known as coral polyps, which are kind of like jellyfish, except that in reverse, and they are related to jellyfish, which existed for many millions of years as well. But when the dinosaurs were around, corals were predominantly made by the rudists, and these rudists were really good at it. And because of this, we've discovered quite a lot of various samples around the planet, giving us a lot of opportunities to study these rudists in a lot of detail. And all sorts of different rudists existed back then, varying in their shape, varying in size, and also in what they were doing on the ocean floor. But this specific rudists were really good at growing their shells, and especially good at doing so during the daytime. So by measuring the actual length of the rings inside the shell, we can kind of calculate how many days this particular shell was growing, and easily determine which ring represents daylight and which represents nighttime. And by using an extremely accurate count using lasers, these scientists behind this paper were able to calculate precisely how many rings this particular rudist was able to create during its lifetime of about 9 years. And they were able to find out that a single year here lasted for about 372 days, as opposed to 365 as it is today. Suggesting, of course, that Earth back then was spinning a little bit faster by about half an hour per day. But this is really not the most part of this discovery, because studying rudists in general allows us to understand how these types of creatures evolve, and more specifically how they influence the ecology of the oceans and transform the actual life of other organisms. Rudists, as I mentioned, were really important because they also created corals. But they actually seem to have started going extinct even before the dinosaurs. And there's even evidence that a lot of rudists went extinct even before the asteroid strike that sort of finished off the dinosaurs. And so it seems that the oceans were warming up and changing, and this warmth may have actually caused the extinction of rudists way before the asteroid strike. Now you might already know where I'm going with this, because there is a very similar parallel happening today. We are witnessing the disappearance of coral as it may have disappeared back then as well. The warming of the oceans today is unfortunately decreasing the size of the corals in Australia, in the Caribbean, and in a lot of other regions. And a lot of these events related to corals are unfortunately happening a little bit too fast. And today we're still trying to investigate what's really causing this so-called coral bleaching, but pretty much everywhere around the world, this has been slowly turning into this. And it really seems to be connected to the warming of the oceans around the world, which also seems to be exactly the same reason why rudists went extinct as well. But obviously it's too early to make these connections because a lot more studies are needed. For now, what is interesting here is that corals, in general as a concept, seem to have found a way to return after millions of years and are created by completely different organisms from before. So what used to be produced by rudists is now produced by these little guys, which are more closely related to jellyfish. And that's actually the good news here, because it does seem like life finds a way to recover and to return to what it used to produce, but in slightly different ways. And because rudists were so common back then, I'm sure at some point we're going to learn a lot more about the oceans back then, and hopefully try to understand what really happened to the dinosaurs and all of the other creatures during that period, because modern scientists today don't think that asteroid strike alone killed all of the dinosaurs and all of the other life that went extinct. They believe that this was the last straw, basically the last little piece that essentially caused the mass extinction. But there are signs showing today that a lot of the life was already going extinct even before this occurred. And this is probably one of the more important things we can kind of try to understand today. And the reason we'd like to learn more about it is because I guess in some sense we're hoping that we are currently not causing another extinction event, even though a lot of signs do seem to be pointing that way. But anyway, the most important part of this video is of course evidence of the rotation of the planet that changed over time. And even though about 70 million years ago Earth was spinning about half an hour earlier, when the complex life appeared on the planet and when it started spreading across the planet, the Earth day was about 21 hours. So back then days were much shorter. And one of the mysteries today is to try to find out how all of this affected the evolution of life and how all of this may have changed the planet or even affected the climate here as well, because quicker days may have meant warmer temperatures. But this is not something we can definitely answer right now. Anyway, I'll make sure to follow this up with another video in the future, so do subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space, sciences, and our planet Earth, and come back tomorrow to learn something you may have not known before. Also, check out the study I mentioned in the description below to learn more about the actual procedure which allowed the scientists to investigate these rootists. But anyway, that's really it. Consider supporting this channel on Patreon, it does help me quite a lot. Alternatively, you can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt, you can find it in the description below. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye. Now, just a wee little bit of an announcement just before you say this, before you play the next one, Terry.
Oh, stay for announcements.
Well, it just so happens a little bird told me that on Monday, Fight the Flat Earth may be having a debate with Ranty.
Really?
Ooh, okay.
And wouldn't it be exciting for Ranty to find out on Fight the Flat Earth stream? And it may have been suggested that you might want to touch base with Fight the Flat Earth so that you could make an appearance and tell him yourself.
Oh, Blue, yeah, definitely. Did you hear that, Blue?
Yeah, that's sounds like a hell of an idea.
it would be quite humorous.
Craig would be definitely agreeable to that, I can assure you 100%.
I think he would.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you reckon, Blue?
I'm thinking about it.
Well, like I said, Little Bird told me that that's happening, so it's now in your hands, Blue.
Blue, right, you thought about it long enough, you're doing it. Come on, let's do it. I'm joking.
I just want to, yeah, I would like to needle Randy about that a little bit. He was just being funny, I'm sure, but I can be funny too.
And yeah, get him to actually so are you going to accept I'm a proper channel now, Ranty? Come on, Ranty. Come on, Ranty.
Yeah.
And also, Blue, there's a video out by the Morgal. I don't know if you've ever dealt with him, but he's got a video out now called Debating Globetards, and he gives a typical, interaction with the person who believes in the globe, and it's just, you could take him to pieces on that, like quite badly.
Yeah, but he's just a deluded smackhead.
Yeah, that's
a problem. But he's connected to the globe busters and everything. So.
Yeah, that just makes it even worse. I mean, why would anybody connect themselves with him?
Well,
More also said guy.
Yes, very.
Just ask his mum.
Yeah, I've never paid too much attention to that guy, though. Really, I don't get around any of those clowns. He spends a lot of time with Jaron, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't listen to Jaron.
I call him Januarism.
I just cannot. Yeah.
Yeah. It's that voice kind of grates on you a little bit after a while, doesn't it?
It's just that condescending attitude that Jism has. It just, I can't. Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Morgal's got 31.6 thousand subscribers.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
It is.
I don't know how it happens.
It's like Jerem and Super Rats are kind of similar in that way, that condescending kind of tone that you both use.
Oh, Super Rats! How can anybody stand that voice?
I know.
I don't think I'd be motivated just to get more subs. I think I'm right where I am.
It's all to do with quality, not quantity.
Yeah.
And Terry, your quality.
Yeah. Well, that was obviously implied.
Or the other one you could say it's size doesn't count necessarily. It helps. But, you know, it's the motion of the ocean, as it were.
Oh, that was in the last video, wasn't it? The tides and all of that stuff. That's
yeah,
what you're
that's
talking
what,
about, isn't it?
yeah, that's what I was talking about, Peter. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
right.
obviously,
you got
yeah.
it. Sorry, I forgot where I was for a minute then. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Thought I was still on Discord.
Change gear.
So you got one more video, Terry, or?
Yeah, well, the peanut gallery don't need to vote for the last one.
Well, no, there's only one left. No.
Yeah, choose a number between 1 and 1.
Okay.
4.
4.
Hey.
You know they would.
Let's see what the peanut gallery say.
Pick for 1, vote now.
I think it's 1 or 1 with no space.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 1. Yeah, 1 or 1.
One.
Oh, that's a surprise. 1.
It's the
One.
1. 1.
No, there's a 2.
2?
Oh,
How do you get 2?
Colon said 2. Colon.
What do you want me to... What?
Truth will out.
Truth will out 4 and D.
4D.
See, I told you.
1 to the power of 170.
70.
Okay.
What ifs?
Yeah, you're funny,
Maybe
peanut.
said
Could have at least said 14D.
Hey,
Like a
Casual, you're
realistic
not allowed to
figure.
vote.
He's not.
He's not allowed to vote. He's voting.
I'm not.
He's
I'm just putting. I'm not voting. I'm just putting
You're
random
not allowed
numbers
to
in the
vote,
chat.
sorry,
I'm
you're
not
not
allowed
allowed to
Too
vote.
late, mate. Your time's
I'm not
out.
voting. I'm not voting.
Bye.
It's not
Bye, Casual.
You're going to time me out as well.
Yeah.
What? You don't want me to time you out?
Thanks, Dale. I don't mind. Time me out if you like.
Did.
I'll play the video.
Play the video.
I've already asked.
Before the video
Stepson's
starts, a quick
stealing my
10-second message. If you check out the link in the description to the Core Learning Network, you will find myself, Simon Dan, Burr Maths, AB Science, and more as we upload regular educational content to support your kids and our kids while the schools are shut. Let the video start. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And it is in these troubled times that I find it necessary to assemble the greatest minds the internet has to offer.
Hello?
No, not you, mate. Anyway, I have searched long and hard to find the best self-proclaimed scientists we have on the internet for a debate on the current situation. Because after all, why trust real scientists with all their experience when we can find people like this on the internet for free?
First of all, we cannot catch viruses.
Now, I think we'll all agree that that was spectacularly stupid, but what I want to know is there anybody else here who can top that for stupidity?
Conspiracy Catz.
Oh, hello boys. What have you got?
Could clouds be made of salt?
Oh, that wasn't a bad attempt actually, was it? Anyway, let's waste no time because I have with me now, live on the line, one of the world's leading virologists. His name is Joey Rocha, so let's waste no time. Let's get straight over to him and see what he's got to say.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to tell you about viruses today.
Okay, well, I'll be honest, Joey. I don't think anybody who's ever heard you speak before actually believes that. But you never know, and God loves a trier. So let's begin. Joey, what is a virus?
Viruses.
Yeah, viruses. What are they? Joey.
A virus is just a part, a piece, a makeup of bacteria. So, for example, I have lungs, I have kidneys, I have blood, I have all kinds of stuff inside of my body.
What a surprise. And Joey, you also forgot to mention brain in there as well, yeah? Anyway, Joey, I think your confusion comes from the term bacteriophage, which is a virus that infects bacterial cells. But back to the question, viruses, they come in all different shapes and sizes, but essentially they're just a means of delivering genetic material into a cell, so it can be integrated into the host genetic material, causing that cell to produce more viruses. But anyway, we'll get back to Joey Rocha in a second, because I do believe that we have Cool Internet Dude on the line right now.
Good afternoon.
Right, sir, I just want to say hello and what a pleasure it is to have you on the show. Now, before we start hearing from you about viruses and what we can do about them, can you please just give us a little bit of a background on what makes you so qualified to be dishing out this advice?
A lot of people that know me throughout the years always told me, yo, Wood, you got a lot of knowledge and you're a master teacher and you should share it.
Okay, sounds promising. Now, what is it you're here to tell us?
On the back of the Lysol bottle, it always said that Lysol kills coronavirus, H1N1, hepatitis A, and a slew of other different viruses. That's been on the bottle for years.
Okay, sounds like good advice so far. So essentially what you're saying is we get ourselves some Lysol and we apply it on our door handles and our kitchen surfaces, basically any surface in a house to stop the disease from spreading. Is that what you mean?
Or if you see somebody with corona, just spray it on them and it should kill the virus.
Amazing.
Right, well, thank you for that advice. But I don't think it can be cured that way. In fact, I don't even think there is a cure yet. Can this get any dafter?
The coronavirus has a cure.
Oh, hello. Yeah, looks like it can. So, what makes you say that?
Since when did a coronavirus that has been patented not have a cure? Everything that has been patented, AIDS, cancer, everything has a cure.
Well, first of all, the coronavirus patent you're talking about is a patent for a weakened version of a different strain. The patent for the AIDS cure you're talking about is now expired, and it was a patent for a cure that didn't work. And the patent for a cancer cure you're talking about isn't even a patent for a cure, it's a patent for a delivery mechanism to deliver salicylic acid into cancerous cells because it's shown that it can be highly effective. Well, I hope that's cleared that up. So, in rem, buddy, what do you think about our callers so far?
Stupid.
Mate, we haven't even got to the stupid yet. That bit comes now.
Black people can't get coronavirus.
And there we go. Well, all I can say is try saying that to this man, Idris Elba. Or this man, Donovan Mitchell. Or this man, Tom Hanks. What?
No.
Anyway, let's get back to our expert, Joey Rocha. Joey, I'm sorry you got cut off short before. Just to be clear, you do believe viruses exist, yeah? So if so, what are they?
Viruses do exist. They're particles of bacteria.
Right, well, we've got an email here from somebody who's going to troll you with a hilarious username. They claim you've got the definition of a virus wrong. Could you please read out that email and the funny username without realising that you are indeed being trolled, please?
Huge Jar says, you just got the basic definition wrong. Well, if that's true, Huge Jars, which I disagree with you with, then please correct me.
Right, well, thank you for that, and thank you, Huge Arse. Now, Joey, we did give you a decent definition of what a virus was earlier on, and here's another one that you probably won't understand. But once you've finished trying to break down the big words in that, could you tell us what is the point that you're actually trying to make?
The reason why I bring this to everyone's attention is because it's an impossibility that the Spanish flu, the bubonic plague, and the COVID-19 are a deadly virus.
Well, that is quite a claim to make, Joey, but I will agree with you that I also don't think that the bubonic plague was spread by a deadly virus. In fact, we've got another email here for you just on that point.
Doc Savage says, hello, Joey, bubonic plague is a bacterial disease. You lack foundational knowledge.
So, Joey, what do you say to that? Because with all your self-proclaimed expertise, that is quite an error to make. Yeah, exactly. And it does appear that Doc Savage is living up to his username as a second email has just arrived. Joey, can you read this one out, please?
Doc Savage says, hello, Joey. Would it be fair to say that you have no training in microbiology?
No, I think that's an excellent question. And I do think it's fair that if you're making these claims, we should be able to scrutinize your credentials, so to speak. And no, that is not an innuendo. So what's your reply to Doc Savage? Do you have any training?
Is it fair to say that I have no training as far as school? Yes, definitely. Definitely, Doc Savage.
Right. Shut up then. On the line, we have Internet Confused Woman 2. Now, she's attempting to break the world record for the most silly things she can cram into a 2-second bit of dialogue. Good luck.
No such thing as a coronavirus. You cannot catch a virus. It's all been made up.
Well, that was truly spectacular. Is there anyone here who thinks they can beat that?
Mass is identical to weight, but this weight is space weight.
Okay, nice try. And even though that clip never gets old, not for me at least anyway, I still don't think it's silly enough to beat what she's just said.
Why would they even invent gravity then? Why is there mass? What is this shit about mass?
Yeah, alright mate, pack it in. Talk about seeking attention. Anyway, back to Confused Woman 2. What would make you say something so ridiculously silly that it even starts to make me think that this guy's intelligent?
I'm a stupid flat earther, and I want to know where these mountains have gone.
Anyway, to be honest, that was a rhetorical question. I'm really not interested in anything else you've got to say. Instead, we're going to play a game of stupid, higher or lower, and you are contestant number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's play stupid, higher or lower.
So here's how it works, and it really is a very simple game. Our contestants are going to take it in turn to say something silly. And after they've said it, you've got to predict whether the next contestant is going to say something more stupid or less stupid. And my answers are going to be in the description of this video so you can see how you got on. Anyway, let's start here.
Imagine the human body is living, right?
Okay, so imagine the human body is alive. Our next clip comes from Confused Woman number 2. Can she top that for stupidity or not? I'll give you a couple of seconds to have a think. Here comes a clip.
If you look it up, it has been around for a while. If you look it up, it says that it's pretty much like the common cold.
Okay, nice try. We're getting there. Back to Joey Rocha for clip number 3. Now, higher or lower? What do you think?
The cholesterol myth is a hoax.
What?
The cholesterol myth is a hoax.
Sorry, the cholesterol myth is a hoax? Look, I've got a feeling that what you've just said is so stupid that it actually needs explaining further.
So when people have clogged arteries, they also notice that there's large amounts of cholesterol scattered along the artery. They automatically associate and correlate, aha, it must be the cholesterol that killed the person and that clogged their arteries. When in fact, the cholesterol is there as a sign.
Yeah, it's a sign that you're about to have a heart attack. Now, I think that one is going to take some beating, so let's see if our next contestant can do it. It's Cool Internet Dude.
Now, coronavirus around, everybody's running around buying sanitizers and masks, but nobody is using condoms to practice safe sex.
Okay. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say that was stupid, but I am interested in how you collected your data for that. Confused Woman number 1, your turn.
Doctors are hoarding the antidote and are only giving it to friends and families and people who are paying top dollar. Did you know that? We can't get it. I don't know if this is 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. That's 666. I don't know if it's just that melanin drop that's in our body, but we cannot get coronavirus. They tested that and it failed.
Now, what I really like about that one was the delivery. You see, the delivery to me was so stupid that by the time she even said the stupid thing, I was already annoyed. It was really, really great work. Well done. But I think it's all going to be topped by this one.
Do not get tested for the coronavirus because you are willingly giving them permission to tell you anything that they want to tell you.
Yeah, and personally, I think we really have maxed out on the stupidity there. I have put my answers in the description, so have a check and see if you agree with me or not. For now, I'm going to say goodbye to today's guests, starting off with Cool Internet Dude. Now, Cool Internet Dude, we were talking earlier on before the show started about the Olympics, and although we understand why it's been cancelled, we're both quite disappointed because we were both really, really, really looking forward to the relay. Can you just explain to my subscribers what it is that makes the relay so special?
People take stuff, run with it.
Yeah. So true. You really are a master teacher. Confused Internet Woman 2. When I was a youngster, my mother used to say to me, if you can't say anything intelligent, do not say anything at all. What's your response to that? And Joey Rocha, thank you for coming.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to tell you about viruses today.
Joey, no, we've stopped playing that stupid game now. Anyway, Confused Woman 1. You've said a lot of stupid stuff today.
And if I ever have to redact this, know that they made me.
Yeah, well, don't rush back. Unlike me, who will be back again in just a couple of days on the Baldy Catz channel, and then 3 videos lined up for next week. See you all very soon.
Catz, conspiracy cats. No one quite liking to flatten the flats, so come feel the vibe. Like and subscribe, and take off your hats to conspiracy cats.
That's about the only thing she's got going for her. Yeah, kind of spoils it really, though, doesn't it? When they then say something stupid like the stupid things that she's just said.
Well, black people can't get coronavirus. Black Africa has just joined the chat.
My mum always said, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
Yeah.
And she's pretty.
And
I can't say anything else.
Yeah.
Well, as Mark Twain wisely said, it's better to keep your mouth closed and let people think you are a fool than to open it and remove all doubt.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good saying, that.
Yeah.
My dad used to say that.
That might be why I don't say much.
Oh, what was that thing about? What did she say? That don't get tested for coronavirus because that's given them permission to what did she say?
Lie to you.
So tell you, yeah, tell you whatever they'd like to tell you. Really?
Okay. Yeah. What do you say to that?
No, not.
What do you say to that? You say, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said when you said it.
I didn't know that there was an actual cure, but I haven't got the money to get the cure.
No, it's not a cure. It's an antidote.
Oh, antidote. Okay,
yeah.
antidote.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you get the coronavirus, it's antidote. You see, as soon as you take it, it's cured. It's gone.
Okay.
Just like that. Yeah.
Like a poison or something.
Yeah.
Well, there is a cure. However, the cure is worse than the cold, and you don't wake up from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called death.
That's called death.
Then you're cured.
You fixed then.
Yeah, you haven't got it anymore then.
Yeah.
The ridiculous levels of misinformation just never fail to astound me.
Oh yeah, and the spray that disinfectant stuff.
Lysol.
Spray them Lysol. Spray everybody with it, and it's gone.
I
You
was
don't get
just
Lysol
glad,
here.
I was just glad that he didn't turn around and say, "Drink it."
Yeah, me too.
Well, that's
I was afraid that's where he was headed with it.
Yeah, that's right where my
Yeah.
mind was going. He's going to say, "Drink it," isn't he? He's going to say, "Drink it." No, no. It's the cure. It says so on the bottle.
Yeah. Oh, glory.
I don't know what would be worse, the person that drank it or the family members that sued the company later on because their family member died.
Yeah, I've been getting angry with the misinformation, and the worst place for it is Facebook. I mean, it's horrendous for it at the moment. It's absolutely ridiculous. The people that are coming up with all the different cures, and use a hairdryer and have a hot bath or roll around in snow or something like that, you know, all that kind of stuff, and it'll kill it. And
I've heard that drinking lots of beer might help.
Oh well, I could relate to that. I could relate to
No,
that.
I don't know, but
that might work.
I don't know, Terry. Why don't you be the test pilot?
Yeah.
No, I'll test it. I'll test it. It's okay. No, I'll be the guinea pig for that. That's okay. Just buy me all the beer and I'll test it out for you.
Yeah, well, they said apple cider vinegar, but I stopped at apple cider.
I've been drinking lots of beer and I don't have coronavirus.
No, neither do
Well,
I.
they are
So
proof.
that
There you
could
go.
work.
Proofs.
See?
No,
Problem solved.
but as you know, all good experiments need to be repeatable, Blue. So I'll be glad to repeat the experiment just to prove it once and for all.
Okay.
Yeah, we need a statistically valid sample. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But hey, I got a bottle of Lysol right here. And right on the back of it, it says in big bold letters, "Do not drink this shit."
That's what they want you to think.
And doesn't it say, comma, dumbass or something after that?
I don't know. I scratched that part of the label off. I thought I might win something.
Oh dear. Oh, it is a sad world we live in.
But you can't help but laugh at these people. It's just like, oh god.
Yeah. Come on, pumpkins, laugh. These are the jokes. Don't see anybody laughing out there.
No, it's a bit like that old, although it's not really a wives' tale, you know, but part of it is. Or is it starve a cold and feed a fever or whatever, you know? Just keep eating.
The other way. Yeah, it's the other way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the other way around, yeah.
Just keep eating.
Yeah. Feed a cold, starve a fever.
Go wrap yourself up in a blanket and go to bed. Let your body sort it out. You'll be fine.
Would anyone like a bedtime story from Pip?
Oh yeah, Pip and Ori.
Okay.
Story time.
Is it a story or is it more of a public service announcement?
I'll go to a channel.
I think it's kind of a bit of both, isn't it? It's like a poem and a public service announcement.
Oh, that
It was
last
a song
one.
I see on Facebook.
Oh, the last one.
Actually, Adam, I'll put the link into the song that I saw on Facebook. But I'm just reading it. But no,
it was like lyrics of a song. That one is it?
Yeah.
The stay indoors one.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back because the one I was up to was.
A lot of swearing in it, Terry.
Oh, I can't play that.
F-bomb. Yeah.
Sure, not half.
The one I was up to was like. Oh, jeez, I can't remember which one it was now.
Look for the one with the red line under
You
it.
can do poo.
What's the red line mean?
Face bum poo hand or something.
If you got a red line under them.
Well, the ones with the red lines are the ones you've watched.
Really? Now you tell me. I've got the week ago ones.
Bum face poo hand or something. Do that.
Or nobody likes a cock pot.
Or nobody likes
you've
a
watched that.
That's my favourite.
The hiccupotamus. Bum face poo hands. Girls don't fart. Okay.
I haven't seen the bum face poo hands one yet.
Bum face poo hands. Where was that one again? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'll play that one.
Carl just said, "Bum face poo hands blew me away, Pip."
What? And we'll wrap it up after this.
Bum-faced poo hands. A birthday surprise. Bum-faced poo hand scratches his head. It's my birthday, he thinks, then gets out of bed. Can I have my favourite breakfast, he begs. Mum says, of course, here's sausage and eggs. The bell ding-dongs, the knocker goes clack. It's the postman with cards and gifts in his sack. He opens his presents and is pleased at the sight. A lovely new teddy, all fluffy and white. Bumface's nanny, without further ado, calls him to sing, Happy birthday to you. Mum calls out, Bumface, can you help me prepare the food for the party? Soon guests will be there. I hope you're not eating those crisps. No, I'm not. But on the edge of the bowl is a smudge and a spot. Ugh. While Bumface sits down and blows up balloons, Mum stands at the sink disinfecting the spoons. When Bumface's friends come, he rushes downstairs to play pass parcel and musical chairs.
Bumface had
And
the
the tail on
runs.
the donkey is a bit of a fail, as nobody now wants to handle the tail. Bumface's friends find he helped make the jelly, so they just eat the ice cream because the jelly's too smelly. Here comes a cake with a candle on too. Happy birthday, dear Bumface. Happy birthday to you. Making a wish, Bumface closes his eyes. He blows out the candle. What a birthday surprise.
Oh, shit.
Thanks for coming.
Oh dear.
Death posted something right at the end. I was winding down, Death.
Yeah, maybe save for tomorrow. That gives you something to put on the list for, well, not tomorrow necessarily, but the next time you stream, whenever that might be.
Probably be tomorrow.
Yeah. What the hell? Oh, it's the coronavirus song, another one. Yeah, I've heard this.
Your eyes, just hand sanitize quickly. I'm just a poor boy, no job security, because of easy spread, even though I wash my hands laying low. I look out the window, cup doesn't look flat.
Nice.
Mama, I just killed a man. I didn't stay inside in bed. I walked past him, now he's dead. Mama, life was so much fun, but now I've got this unforgiving flame. Mama, I didn't mean to make them die. If I'm not back to work this time tomorrow, carry on, carry on,
Carry
as
on.
if people didn't matter. Too late, my time has come. Sent shivers down my spine. Social isolation time. Goodbye, everybody. I hope it's just the flu. I've got to leave you all behind to face the truth. Mother,
And hold on to your headphones for the headbanging.
Oh, here we go.
I see a little silhouette of a man. What a douche, what a douche. Did he even wash his hands though? Toilet paper frightening, very, very frightening me.
What say?
Poor boy facing mortality. He's just a poor boy facing mortality. Spare him his life from this monstrosity. Touch your face, wash your hands. Will you wash your hands? Bismillah. No, we will not wash our hands. Wash your hands. Bismillah. We will not wash our hands. Wash your hands. Bismillah. We will not wash our hands. Wash your hands. Will not wash our hands. Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, wash your hands.
Mamma mia, wash your hands.
Has a sickness put aside for me, for me, for me.
Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Headbang. Don't get it real quiet. What
So
the heck?
you think you can stop me and just shake my hand? So you think we can hang out and not break our plans? Oh, baby, can't do this with me, baby. Just gotta stay home. I hope I don't run out of beer.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
The curve could get much flatter. Anyone can see. The curve could get much flatter. You know it's your responsibility. Just look out your window.
That was good.
Very good.
But
Coronavirus.
my head was going flat earth when it said the curve couldn't get any
Yeah,
flatter.
yeah. That's
Oh,
what
no, I was thinking the wrong curve.
yeah, I did the same thing. I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah, I like that. I'm a huge Queen fan, and I enjoyed that. That was good.
Yeah, it was very clever. The last bit was really funny.
Queen was in
No
the 80s
toilet
too, wasn't it?
paper.
Yeah, yeah. 70s and 80s. Into the 90s as well.
I think I remember.
How could you forget Queen,
The
Terry? Nobody could forget
80s,
Queen.
most of the 80s was a blur to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know how you feel.
Well, I mean, I don't remember anything else, but I remember the music. Put it that way.
Adam, I'm just about to wind up. We'll be over in Discord if you're over there. But we're winding down now.
Right, stay at home, folks. Don't go out. Self-isolate as much as you can.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands. Oh,
Stay
don't
the
forget
fuck
your
at
neighbours.
home.
Yeah, don't forget your neighbours if they have to self-isolate. Don't forget them. Go and check on them. Make sure they're okay. See if they need anything. If you're able to go out, then please, help them.
Well, my neighbours
Now-
can't
now
speak.
it's-
My neighbours can't speak English, so I don't know what I'm going to do.
Now's the ideal time to take your motorbike out for a spin because the roads are deserted.
Yeah.
Although it's a bit cold over here at the moment, as I found out yesterday.
That might be the
It's colder
weather.
than it looks. Yeah, it might be, yeah.
Really?
Okay, we'll catch us over in Discord. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks,
Bye, nutters.
Pip.
Bye,
Thanks,
Pinagari. Thank you.
Only
Bye.
now at home.
Bye.
Peter, casual space person, and Mr. Big Blue, and the Peanut Gallery,
Bye.
Carl, Death, C4, Nana, Dora,
Carl
Death, Irish Stewie. Oh, here we go, all the way up. Adam, Adam, if you're in Discord, you can get. We'll be over there. I don't know how to get you over there. Catch us all next time.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, bye.
Peanuts.
Say bye, Peanuts. Yeah, that's it.
Bye, Peanuts.
Bye,
Peanuts.
Peanuts.
Bye, Peanuts.